Very good evening, or otherwise time-appropriate greetings to you folks. Welcome to Speed Gaming. This is the Super Metroid Link to the Past Randomizer daily, almost daily now, community race. This is our Friday night festivities, and today we have got normal logic with random final boss requirements and fast Ganon. I'm Captain MD, and tonight I am joined by Yuzu Riha. How you doing tonight? We might have lost Yuzu for a second here. Hang on. Apologies for that. We'll get sorted in a second.
Tess?
Yeah,
Tess?
there you are.
That's weird.
Anywho, Yuzuriha, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Great, thank you very much. You know, we've got 4 great runners here. We've got Nito, Vion, Farfalu, and Tony Taiyang. So we've got random final boss requirements. So that's one that I am personally a fan of because it kind of speeds things up just a little bit sometimes when it's not 774 anyway. What are you hoping to see in this seat tonight?
Nothing. I'm not sure yet because I have yet to actually see random or try it. So it's kind of like I just want to see something. I suppose I want to see something new, which is basically anything other than 774.
Yeah, and to see our requirements, what our runners will be doing is they'll be going to the entrance to Torian, and there'll be a number on top of the door right before the room with the boss statues. What that'll do is that number will tell you the number of Super Metroid tokens required, whereas in Link to the Past, in order to access GT and defeat Ganon, the signs for those two respectively are in front of GT and in front of the pyramid, and it looks like we are off.
Now, it is possible to actually have fewer crystals needed to actually defeat Ganon to actually then versus entering Ganon's tower. Is that correct, or is that?
It can be actually both ways. I see if anybody is coming home from work, you'll be happy to know that we've brought an office chair home for you on Vion's screen. I will say I never cease to be amazed by the Super Metroid sprites. Alright, so Lake Hylia Island didn't have anything of extreme note. We get power bombs early in Link's house, and the Hyrule Castle key in the Sanctuary nice and early.
Tree pulls just some hearts.
Alright, and we did get our first map check as well. Blue crystals all over the place.
Nito got some bombs from the tree pole.
Very welcome first drop. You always want to see those before dipping Kakariko. You see some interesting divergence here all over the place. So Vion's starting for an early Houlihan play. Farfalu's checking Lumberjack Ledge and sees... Was that a missile tank? I think that was a missile tank. Oh no, it was 300 rupees. So, 3 Crystal Light World, Yuzu, what does that make you think as far as the late game? How much late game stuff do you think we're going to have to pick up here?
3 Crystal Light Worlds. I mean, the Tower of Pharaoh is pretty much along the way to Ganon's tower, so that's probably not too much of a deal. But then I think the big thing is that the Desert Palace, since that's a little bit more out of the way, and it has a little bit in order to actually get inside of it. You have some really specific items that may take a while to get. Whereas Tower Hour just needs like the mirror, Eastern Palace, you just need, like, the bow.
All right. Well, Nito managing to get to Lumberjack despite being constantly chased by bees.
No, no, not the bees! Well, let's see what's in the jail. Piece of heart?
All right. Well, there's a second pack of power bombs already, so it's once we do eventually get a morph ball in our pocket here, we will be able to do quite a bit in early Super Metroid. Thankfully, this is not Key Sanity, so half of Brinstar is not currently locked out. But otherwise, this seems like a very slow Sphere Zero. The early bombs in the tree pools are nice, but as far as actual progression, we have gotten literally nothing.
Yeah, when you get really tight seeds like this, it really starts turning into a scavenger hunt for progression.
Yeah, although typically the real scavenger hunt comes up when you get a ton of items early and you're looking for that one item that you need, and it's likely Ice Rod. But today, not much different case, where even Blind's Hut and Bottom of the Well had absolutely nothing. We're getting a significant number of energy tanks. Now, we should stress this is normal logic tonight, so very suitless Norfair is not a thing. Or at least not expected. And Vion here is taking a interesting dip into Hyrule Castle early. This is in logic, considering we got the small key already. So there could be something in these other two chests.
Oh, flippers. I did not catch the library item.
The library item was a red rupee.
Okay.
But yeah, that perfectly in logic flippers. Zora is in play. Bridge Guy is in play. Waterfall Fairy is in play. The entire Waterfall area is in play. So that does give us a total right now of 5 items, which is not bad. It adds a little bit to our next sphere, but doesn't really blow the whole world open yet. Now, Vion is almost out of HP here, so is going to have to be pretty careful avoiding the attention of the guards here. Uh-oh, that pot whiffed, unfortunately. And I don't think... Yeah, Vion's trying very hard not to burn bombs here. I think is going to just reload the room.
Probably for the best, and then just... That way he has all 3 pots for the gate guard.
Oh no!
Oof.
Third pot got knocked away.
Alright, looks like Tony's gonna go for the castle as well. No.
Yeah, given what we know, this is going to work out in his favor. And at this point, I would say South Shore into Waterfall, probably our next play here.
Just bombs in the dungeons. So far, Flippers has been the only progression still.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern right now is King Zora, because we haven't had a particularly good amount of money given to us. The money Vion has right now is courtesy of Houlihan, which actually our other runners will not be able to do now once they get flippers. That being said, Nito is electing to ignore Hyrule Castle for now and goes to the dam, which does yield a sword.
All right, so that will definitely make the lives a lot easier, as now they actually have something to defend themselves that doesn't require the use of bombs.
Another nice thing that sword can do is it can act as an improvised, beacon in a dark room. So we may see an early Eastern dip coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That was some impressive bomb usage there from Tony, but there is another 300 rupees in the dam, or flooded near the dam, so that is going to give Vion the money necessary for the Houlihan, not the Houlihan, the King Zora play.
So at this point, I would have mentioned that Vion's probably, after doing the ice, if he does an ice rod check, he's probably going to go ahead and make use of those flipper checks.
That's a pretty safe bet. Ooh, we got some good stuff here in Mini Moldorm Cave. We got a Spring Ball and a Moon Pearl. To answer a question in chat, the small key to Hyrule Castle was in the Sanctuary, so it was out in the open. So the flippers are perfectly in logic.
Ooh, Farflu took a step.
Or
was that intentional?
That might have been a warp, yeah. Alright, we may see Nito. Nito, unfortunately, won't be able... Nito might actually do some of the checks with fake flippers here. We'll see how this plays out. No Water Walk, no Pegasus Boots, but does have Moon Pearl, so we'll be able to set up a Water Walk in Waterfall Fairy if so chosen, but it looks like he's going to choose against it. Alright, we're seeing a dip into Eastern.
Basically have... Okay, so Eastern... which we see Tony doing. Flipper areas and then Kino's Caves is pretty much left, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So we have Eastern Palace area, Agina's Cave, and the Flippers area is left to check. Sounds about right?
That sounds about right. We do get some interesting information here that the Green Pendant is in Swamp Palace. Now, if you were around last night for the Link to the Past Randomizer Trinity Daily race, you would know that that Green Pendant Swamp Palace was very, very important that night. So we'll see if our runners, decide to follow up on that Green Pendant knowledge. We did get Charge Beam into Hospitala's Closet too, so Charge Beam is going to be nice for Super Metroid, just to cut down on the number of missiles we have to use, especially if we can get some more beams. Alright, so I don't think Bridge Guy had any major items. I think it was just, yeah, it wasn't anything important.
It was like an air capacity upgrade, I believe.
Okay. Which is nice, but it's not what we're looking for. Alright, so we got the 2 checks in Waterfall Fairy coming up, and they are a glove and a 50 rupee. Excellent. So glove is pretty big. That gives us Back of Escape, as well as... what else does that do right off the bat? Not a whole lot, actually.
Death Mountain? I mean, if they're willing to go lanternless.
They may do. We will see what happens when Vion checks King Zora. I'm just trying to think of what else we can do right now. There's still a couple checks left in Eastern, and we did get the big key early. Then there's Agina's Cave, and the Waterfall Ledge was junk. Glove and Moon Pearl. that is 2 pieces of the Dark World puzzle, the last one being either Titan's Mitts or Hammer. Now, of note, we did not get the item at Vanilla Morph Ball. That is in Logic in this difficulty, but that's the only item in Super Metroid that's in Logic until we find something else like Morph Ball or Screw Attack to give us a little more to work with. Speed Booster would help as well. Alright, Nino doing an out-of-logic Dark Cross here real quick, and discovers a heart piece. I'm sorry, not a heart piece, a missile tank.
So, Screw Attack and Silver Arrows?
On the note of Screw Attack, now that does open up checks in Super Metroid. That lets us go to Terminator. We can do a couple of checks in Criteria. But getting silvers just as an extra added bonus for fast Ganon is going to be really nice. Well, looks like Tony took a KO trying to navigate to Dark Cross, I want to say.
Oh, Charge was in the back of Sauce Roast Hut. I didn't see that before, earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, we are running out of checks to do in the light world here, so at this point, to answer question chat, this is normal logic, so Criteria, the Blue Bryn E-Tank, Retro Brinstar E-Tank, is not in logic in this difficulty. That would be in logic if it was hard logic, but not the case here. Looks like we haven't found anything else of note here in Eastern Palace, so it looks like we're going to be pretty much done here. Tony's trying to get a few more extra bombs here. So yeah, the way the seed is going, we may have a pretty late Morph Ball today. Because it's looking like we're pretty close to getting Dark World access.
I mean, all we really need would be like the hammer, wouldn't it?
Hammer or the second glove would do as well. So there are plenty of options here, but the thing about Randomizer is that, yeah, Rando does not care about the journey necessary to reach the items you need, only that you can make that journey. So if it puts everything in the way, it will put everything in the way. Yeah, other things we need for logical Dark World access, we need Lamp and either another sword or a cape. If we want to go through Castle Tower, but I don't think our runners would prefer to do that if they can help it. Now, I do believe there is still one item. I don't think we've seen the Eastern Palace map, so there is still one item left in Eastern, but I don't know if it's on the boss yet. I don't remember if we saw Vion, or anybody else in Eastern for that matter, go to the Vanilla Big Key chest yet. I don't think we have. Alright, we are going to see the Vanilla Big Key chest from Farfalu, and it is the map. So the remaining item in Eastern is on the boss. Looks like Vion actually is just doubling back to do the Kakariko checks that he's put off up to this point. Yeah, there haven't really been any items to speed up the process here, so unfortunately, Vion's not going to find anything of note. It does appear that the play is I don't think we're going to see a Genis Cave from everybody. I think we might see 1 or 2 runners check it at most, but I think the density of early Super Metroid is going to be a bit more of an appeal. So I think we're going to see our runners, after they do their sweeps here, probably save, quit, reset, and go to see what they can do in Criteria. Nito playing a very dangerous game there, picking up at least trying to get the chest, but manages to do so nonetheless. I wonder if Nito is going to check. Okay, yeah, everybody else who didn't get flippers already is routing in those flippers checks now. So they will be getting the items at Waterfall, and King Zora didn't have anything of extreme importance, I don't think, so we don't have to
It was
worry
just
too
an
much.
E-tank.
Yeah. Yeah, so everybody's going to be getting their glove, which, unfortunately, yeah, the glove, given what we know now, the glove isn't going to do that much good. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's really not a whole lot we can do left in Hyrule. So, yeah,
I mean, Glove did give Screw. So, I mean, Screw could end up being the progression.
That's what I think is the case here. I'm pretty convinced that we're going to be seeing. I would say there's probably progression in Terminator. I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I think if I wanted to guess what was in Terminator, it's either going to be Lamp. I think it's going to be our Way to the Dark World. I'm guessing it's going to be. I'm guessing it's actually going to be Titan's Mitts. That's just my personal guess. Because I kind of want to see this Morph Ball be pretty late today.
Yeah, I could definitely see like we should just raise the question of if like say the miss is at Terminator, then it's like, do you go decide to proceed a little bit further, see if there's more progression that you can get with just the screw attack, or drop, just go right back to Zelda after that.
That'd be a very good question, because not only is the Mid's going to give us Dark World access, but with flippers in tow, that will give us access to the pod area as well. So we actually will have a lot to do in the Dark World if we do get Mids next. And it looks like our first runner to have a seat in the chair for Zebus again will be Vion. Alright, we are getting our Terminator check.
And there's our Morph Ball.
Alright,
so no late Morph Ball, but Screw Attack was our progression.
Indeed, and I'm sure our runners are not going to say no to that Morph Ball at this point. They have the 15 Power Bombs necessary to do pretty much everything in the early game. They've got Spring Ball to make life even easier. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of Super Metroid now. There is a very large amount we can do.
Okay, Vion, remembering that, let's find out how many bosses we need to kill.
Alright, the answer today is 4. What a letdown. Alright, Tony wants to check the back of Gauntlet here and see what's back there, and it's just a pair of red rupees. But yeah, I think You had a question earlier about, could you have less crystals for killing Ganon than required to get into Ganon's tower? And yes, you can. And it could be the other way around, where if GT has less crystal requirements to get in than to defeat Ganon, then we might see progression for some of those last couple of dungeons in GT.
That just feels like a bit really painful. If it's like if progression's like at the was that last chess after the rematch against King Muldrum in Ganon's tower.
Oh yeah.
That's a troll location. Because while I always felt that the basement hunting for the biggies is not that bad, but scaling the tower just starts to feel like a slog.
Yeah, especially if you don't have the right equipment. In this case, if we do end up scaling the tower, chances are we'll have bows, so we'll be able to use silver arrows, which will make life a lot easier. Of note, not a whole lot going on in early supers, and that's a particularly dense area too, so very surprising. Nito is electing to go ahead and check Magina's cave real fast.
And just a piece of heart, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that means our dive into Hyrule is going to end for now, and we'll come back once we get our hands on... actually, I think with our current equipment, Death Mountain is now in play courtesy of being able to access Norfair Business Center.
So now that would... So... Let's see, although they probably wanted to do it through the Zelda entrance, even though they don't have the lantern. Just as I mentioned, on the other hand, going through the Metroid is probably more time efficient since you already want to do all these checks along the way.
Yeah, we're going to most likely see runners do a sweep of Brinstar here. They're probably going to go ahead and kill Kraid. We don't even know what the dungeon reward is for Kraid yet. We will see in a minute. Runners can check the map and find out.
And we're going to get a old retro Bryn check. Oh, just above the Bryn location, which was a reserve tank.
Yeah, unfortunately, without Morph Ball, there's not really anything else you can do here, so Nito is just going to go ahead and bust out and go to Terminator, and will thankfully be rewarded immediately afterwards with Morph Ball.
Oh, that's like Nito would have checked the Morph Ball pit and the Brinstar's ceiling item. Oh, there's our Spacer Beam outside Mission Impossible.
Alright, an early beam upgrade is definitely very nice to have, especially with charge already in tow as well.
And if it's a single beam upgrade, I definitely do like Spacer, just for the larger hitbox and damage boost.
Larger hitbox, and that way if wave comes next, it at least is a much more accurate beam. Not even mildly accurate, just much more accurate.
Because if it's just like ice or wave, then you kind of have this awkward. I feel you still have this awkward tiny shot.
Indeed, although still not as bad as wave beam by itself in Metroid Fusion. Because you can actually, in the randomizer, you can get wave beam by itself, and wave beam without wide is a nightmare.
Look it up just to see how bad that is.
Alright, we're going to see the front of Gauntlet now from Nito. We know the back of Gauntlet didn't have anything. Yeah, this is a very defensive play from Nito, just making sure to leave no stone unturned.
Blue mail.
Alright, that's pretty nice to have. Now, Nito, I don't think, checked the back of Gauntlet, so he doesn't know that it's a pair of red rupees. We're going to see Charge Beam here, and it's nothing. Now I just want to get a gaming chair.
Oh, and Tony finds the mirror.
Ooh, Mir's actually an interesting find right now because with our access to Death Mountain through Norfair Business Center, that does give us access to Tower of Hera.
And that has the number 2 crystal, if I remember correctly.
Indeed. So we do have to go there anyway, and it would be nice if the big key wasn't fire locked.
When it comes to Tower Era, I'm always just hoping that the small key's in the basement.
Yeah, generally a universal wish there by runners, but knowing Rando, it's probably not the case today. There's another 300 rupees in case you were for some reason still short on Zora money.
Oh, Tony and Farfalu are holding hands at this point.
Indeed. Billy May's not a bad item to check, bad place rather to check here. It is 2 items, and Screw Attack does speed things up considerably here, saving you the need to Power Bomb and climb back up.
And unfortunately, Billy Mays is just nothing of note.
Now, we are very much being spoon-fed our progression here, just getting things in bits and pieces. Typically, what would happen in SMZ3 seeds, especially on normal difficulty, is that you'd spend, well, actually, at both normal and hard, to be honest, but you would be usually getting Morph Ball and A Link to the Past and then spending the next half of the game in Super Metroid, because that's where you have the most access. But in a rare, seemingly rare change of pace here, not a whole lot of going on in Zebus.
Gaming chair. Whenever it comes to gaming chairs, I think are overrated, and I think it feels like it depends on the chair in question. But I think you do have to watch out for some of them are not that great. I know I ended up getting a gaming chair, but I kind of had to break into it because it has these like side things on your thighs that I had to kind of break off to the side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think a chair that I would like to have, and by the way, we're bringing up this discussion because Vyon's sprite right now is a chair. Sorry, I can't stop giggling over the kind of Super Metroid sprites we get these days.
Oh, I think the more I'm amused by is that it has its own eyes and it's all Metroid colors. That just makes it even more amusing to me.
All right, we're checking bombs, and it's just the single arrow of destiny. But yeah, I think a chair for me would need to have good. Like I like to kick to bend my knees up a lot. So.
Oh, so you would have something like a foot that has something like a foot extension or a footstool.
Something along that line. Now, that being said, so what can we do with this equipment right now? We can dip Red Tower. We can go to Death Mountain. Not a whole lot else we can do right now. Again, we're being very, very much spoon-fed our progression here. And we're talking teaspoon-fed, not even tablespoon. We are going to see what's in the moat, though. We should be able to pick it up, I think. Oh, and it's a lamp.
Okay, so that. So is Tony gonna do a spring ball across the nope.
Yeah, lamp is pretty nice to have because when we do get Dark World access, that pretty much opens up. That gives us a lot more to do in pod, assuming it's not bow locked. We also do have access to Death Mountain through the old man, as chat points out as well. So we have our options as far as Death Mountain is concerned. As far as extra things we could do to Death Mountain besides Tower of Para, we need either a hook shot or a hammer to really crack that place wide open. The climb supers in Criteria did not have any major items. It looked like it was just a hard piece. And so far, not a whole lot going on in this red tower either. So we're gonna see our runners that are in red tower now. They're probably gonna route this into to Kraid. Might as well just get that out of the way. See if it's a pendant crystal or a boss token. Because yeah, all 4 of our boss tokens are still missing, unknown to us, and we do need them. I am actually suspecting Swamp, and I'll tell you why. We've already gotten Flippers and Mirror. So if we were to get Hammer next, that would open up almost the entirety of Swamp up to left side, which is a potentially large number of items. And you know, again, Rando can be that kind of seed and just throw hookshot in Swamp.
Oh wow, is Tony going for a high risk X-ray check?
Looks like it. Does have the ability to Crystal Flash twice in the event of a dire emergency. But looks like he's elected to pass up on it. Didn't get the damage boost on the second gap.
Yeah, I saw them try for the first damage boost and didn't quite, but they end up Kago instead. So I guess they decided at that point they didn't have enough energy to keep going.
Alright, Farfalu is going to be our first runner to Kraid, while Tony checks out Spazer real fast, and it is even more super missiles. Alright, we're looking really good on super missiles. We're already packing 40 and we haven't even killed a boss yet. Interesting the game has given us so many super missiles when we already have Charge Beam. And I believe if I looked at that map check correctly, Meridia is a pendant. Actually, no, it was a blue crystal. I think it was a crystal. I'll fully confess I don't understand the Super Metroid maps that well, but it looks like we're and what qualifies as a crystal or token, so it looks like we are taking Kraid to a dance tonight. Unfortunately, we don't have bombs, so we can't make this fight especially fast. Oh, wait.
It was a Ridley token.
Alright, so Kraid is required. Not going to say no to that.
First Kraid prize, and then just a missile pack behind Kraid. We'll see what the other item is in a moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nito's routing is kind of sent him a little bit behind compared to everybody else. He chose to be particularly defensive with his early game and check everything possible in Hyrule and Criteria before dipping Gridstar. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to see him be the last to Kraid. Now, it is still anybody's race. We could still be going on a giant hunt for Ice Rod if We need to go to Turtle Rock, for example, so that could absolutely change the scope of this race. I tried to combine landscape and scope, and it didn't quite go so well.
Alright, for those first to Norfair.
Alright, so there's a few things we can get here as well. I'm a little concerned about what our next progression could be. This Ice Beam check that Farfaloo might consider making is out of logic. But it looks like he's going to go down instead. Okay, he's just making a quick detour to Crumble Tower. Just some bombs. And I think that was definitely a pendant on Ridley. I definitely saw what looked like a red ball. Alright, so yeah, we are seeing the out of logic run to Ice Beam, and it's even more missiles. Looks like Tony is actually following suit here. Well, actually, he's following suitless, but you get the point. Looks like he had to burn into his reserve a little bit, just as an added safety.
Alright, get the back of the croc. Oh, the flute at the back of the croc escape.
Oh, that could actually be a very big deal. If Gravity or Varia is late to the party, we might need that to get to. We might need that to get to Misery Mire.
High jump has more supers because apparently that's 40 is not enough for these runners.
Wow, Nito just did the continuous wall jump to go to Rex ship. Very well done. So yeah, this and chat, help me out with this one. Is a spring ball jump from the moat in logic in normal difficulty? But regardless, does find a sword. Sword very welcome to see. And chat's confirming it's not in logic, so Nito's doing a very out of logic Rex ship play. This is a very interesting call. Alright,
there's a medallion inside Spectacle Rock.
Yeah, that was Quake, so we'll see if that ends up being particularly useful today. Alright, I'm gonna take a good look at this map on the playback. 1 second, please. Okay, yeah, Meridia is a Metroid boss token. I could see the M this time. Alright, here we go. Dark World map check. It looked like we had red crystals on Thieves and Mire, and our remaining Super Metroid tokens are on Pod and Skull Woods. That would mean we didn't see the blue pendant, I don't think, so that means it must be on Phantoon. So Nito's actually going to be getting that shortly here. Interesting. So we've got 2 pendants in Super Metroid, and we have to do Pod and Skull Woods. Yeah, because we already know Dragon is a Metroid token as well. So yeah, that irons out all 4 of our boss tokens and both of our red crystals. So yeah, Phantoon has to be blue pendant. We are seeing that Tower of Hera dive from Farfalu. I didn't see anything of note right away. No sign of the small key either, which I'm sure they're glad to see.
Oop, there's the hammer.
All right, folks, we have Dark World access, and now the world really kind of is our oyster in Hyrule. There is a lot we can do with that. We have Lamp, so depending on Palace of Darkness logic, there's potentially a lot we can do in there. Now, Red Pendant being on Ridley is actually kind of a blessing in disguise because in normal difficulty, I do believe that hard requires both Varia and Gravity Suit. So, what's nice about that is, given that both of those can potentially be pretty late in the game, it's kind of makes it unlikely we'll see progression on the pedestal. We're probably not going to see anything Super Metroid related on the pedestal, at least.
I would
Should it
imagine
be a
Ridley
major?
also requires some sort of movement item as well to make it through work for him in the game as well.
Very true. Okay, so yeah, Turtle Rock is a crystal. So now, that being said, we don't know what our crystal requirements are for Ganon yet. We have not had the ability to go to the pyramid until just now, with Farfalu picking up the hammer and getting Dark World access. But that being said, the hammer is a big blessing for Death Mountain because now we can pretty much just toss the whole place. Okay, the big key was in the pantry. Alright, missiles on the floating island. And we're going to see Spiral Cave next.
Okay, Nito took a safety save before going into the Spectre Room of Death.
Yeah, we actually currently don't have a way, I think, to put this in logic. I think you need either a can fly or speed booster, actually, interestingly works. Not a can fly, sorry, an enhanced jump assist or gravity suit. I did see a Cane of Burna pop up for a split second in Spiral Cave, though. I'm sure that's not going to go amiss, considering we don't have an invincibility item quite yet.
Would it be enough to open up Spike Cave, or do they need a little bit more health for that?
I think they would need, they either need health, half magic, or a bottle.
Oh, Rickship E-Tank is unfortunately just $20.
Alright, we're going to see Paradox Cave here. This has the potential to be a big jackpot. Okay, by big jackpot, I guess that means just both invincibility items chilling in Death Mountain. Sure. Okay. Thanks, game. Thanks a bunch.
I got one now in logic, I guess.
I think so, yeah. We do get powder from rescuing the old man, so we can actually check out Magic Bat later, too. Burna, I think... Oh, it looks like Vion unfortunately just had to eat his green vegetables. And Farfalu is now back in Kakariko, and this looks to be a, this is going to be our first Dark World play for sure. Because, yeah, you could full clear Thieves now, and it is a boss, it is a Super Metroid token, so we do have to do that. We might see a dip into Skullwoods early, especially since that... Oh, so I'm sorry, Thieves was a, red crystal, not a Super Metroid token. Skullwoods was the was a blue crystal. Or no, Skullwoods was a... Good grief, I'm not reading my tracker correctly. Skullwoods was a Metroid token. So yeah, we have to do pretty much this whole corner of the Dark World anyway. Alright, so I am told by chat that Missiles in the Sky was a... Or Missiles in the Ocean was... Oh wait, no, that was the Master Sword we were talking about. Never mind. To clarify with chat, we have not seen the pyramid sign, so we do not know what the Ganon crystal requirement is yet. I assume we will see that after this Thieves' Town dive. Because for all we know, we might not need that many more crystals to defeat Ganon. Unfortunately, without any Canflies whatsoever, we are going to be having to do this Missiles in the Sky check the slow way. You know, it's a good thing Metroid Dread doesn't have a check this annoying. Or at least this slow. Alright, let's see what's up here. More money that we don't need. Alright, Tony is now entering the Dark World as well. We're going to see a Hype Cave check on his end. This isn't too bad of a play either, because with this equipment, there is still a lot you could do in the Dark World. You can route in Pyramid Catfish. You may consider a pod dive. I don't think we're going to see our runners given what we have now. I don't think we're going to see Pendant Swamp yet until Hookshot shows up. Alright, Hype Cave has Boomerang, Heart Container, Nope Tank, Missile Tank, and Bomb Capacity upgrade. Garbage!
Oh. Troll Dorm. Troll us again.
Oof, and it was the double floor fall too. Alright, let's see what we've got upstairs here.
Ooh, rapey.
Alright, combine that with Spazer, and now you've got some nice power.
And Gravity Suit has a ball.
Alright.
Oh,
First bottle
Tony's going for a pyramid check.
Alright, here we go. How many crystals do we need to defeat Ganon today? It is fast Ganon, so the pyramid is open already. 7 crystals! Folks, welcome to your everyday Link to the Past SMZ3 combo rando seed.
Oh, that's Ice Beam. For a moment there, I could not tell what that item was. On the right side of pyramid.
Alright, Ice Beam, we're getting really good on beam power now, so we've got Charge Ice Spazer. If we can find Plasma... Charge Ice Spazer Wave. If we can find Plasma, that's going to be a fully powered beam. Unfortunately, it looks like besides the bottle does give us 1 check in Sick Kid, but other than that, Rex Ship was pretty much a bust. Not to mention a pendant dungeon on top of it. But yeah, so pretty much the only consolation for this seed is that GT is now completely irrelevant. We have no chance of ever having to go there. And with Turtle Rock and Misery Mire being required dungeons, we need pretty much everything. Although, given that Ridley is a pendant, we may be able to skip Variasuit this seed.
Although if it, that would have to, although the runners will have to make sure they get some extra E tanks if they do skip Varia.
Never mind. It was just chilling in the Hera basement.
Old Varia's in the Hera basement.
Yeah. Vion decided to make the trip back down there to go get it. So our runners have not picked that up. If they did Tower of Hera, they were not interested in going downstairs, even though Moldorm had the small key.
So both Farflu and Tony have accidentally skipped it.
Yeah, now we'll see how this plays out, because again, we may not need Various Suit. Now that being said, Various Suit locks out a tremendously large amount of Norfair, which includes like Bubble Mountain, for example, and that is a large number of checks. Alright, so it looks like Nito is also going to be making a attempt here at X-Ray.
Alright, makes the first damage boost. Oof.
He's going to try for the wall jump.
The spring ball jump.
Alright, here we go. Not quite. Ooh, he's got to be careful. He can only take one more hit of spikes before the... Oh, and he's going to take another one again. So actually, this is... Yeah, Nito's...
He keeps hitting down, yeah. Every time he just... Looks like his controller wasn't cooperating.
Alright, Yuzu... sorry, Yuzu. Farfalu did a Cave 45 check real quick, and it was a heart piece. Nothing of importance going on there. Stumpy has a hook shot.
So that's big.
That's very big, because that is now a full clearable Pendant Swamp. You want to go to Pendant Swamp?
Along with a hookshot cave.
You know something, actually, now that I think about it, I think that Various Suit is required whether you like it or not. Because Flute is behind Croc, and Meyer is a Red Crystal. So, yep, you need Various Suit whether you like it or not. And to clarify with chat, Ridley may not be required since his reward is a pendant today.
There's not many checks behind, and there's only like one check behind Ridley, so
Indeed.
It's unlikely he'll have anything. Oh, Dino got the double damage boost this time for X-Ray.
Oh, so he took another stab at it. I appreciate the tenacity, but did not get rewarded. Unfortunately, Nito's gambles haven't really been paying off this time around. Yeah, to clarify with chat, Dragon is a Super Metroid token. It's the last one. What is... Did Tony just go all the way around chess game, corner to corner, for, like, good luck or something? It did result in an X-ray scope, to be fair, which if we get plasma, that's microwave capabilities. Farfalu unfortunately gets the bad news that this is basically your everyday normal 7-7 fast Ganon seed, or normal 7-7-4 fast Ganon seed. Actually, so I take back what I said earlier about GT. So GT's entrance requirements, I do need to correct myself on this one. If GT's entrance requirements are low, we need Titans before we can even get there, but if GT's entrance requirements are low, we could go in there early, and I think there could be progression for other dungeons in GT. So
Now
that's
I'm just
dependent.
imagining Ice Rod inside GT.
You know, wouldn't be too much of a stretch. Honestly, in a situation like this, you would want Ice Rod in GT if the crystal count is low. Because then you could just go zip straight over to TR afterwards. Alright, we are going to see our catfish check from Farfaloo. What was our other red crystal? Misery Myers. So yeah, we might not be seeing Pyramid Fairy for a while, if at all, today. Meyer is a pretty late crystal.
Bumper Cave has a heart container. Looks like Leon's gonna go for it.
You know something? I don't blame him for this because it is, it's a hard container. It's relatively easy to get, and we've only got 5 or 6.
Yeah, I don't think they grabbed the blue mail either. So
He did. Luigi's cap is teal colored.
oh, okay. I'm not familiar with all the color changes, so.
And Farfaloo is going to dip Swamp Palace here with the hookshot in tow. I actually really like this play. It's a pendant dungeon, yes, but you could full clear it, and it's 6 items plus the pendant, so that's 7 total, which is not insignificant considering how densely packed those items can be. Hookshot being a little trolly with Farfaloo there. I didn't see any other major items in Thieves Town, interestingly. It did have Wave Beam, that's fair. Wave Beam with Spazer is pretty nice. We got a Mushroom in Graveyard Ledge. That's almost all of our, fetch quest items.
This is just the shovel that's left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just look at Nito's ammo count right now. 40 super missiles, 30 power bombs. We are totally okay on Super Metroid ammo for the rest of the game. Yeah, the game loaded so many Metroid expansions in early. Oh, and it looks like we did find an Ice Rod in Swamp Palace, so yeah, definitely checking your pendant dungeons. Not a bad idea today, folks.
Mushroom is just on the super traded for a super.
Aw. I didn't even notice Blind had the other green rupee. First one we saw was Ice Rod Cave.
Okay, it looks like Vino's gonna go for swap, while Tony's gonna check the bat.
Yeah, he doesn't know about Hookshot yet, so Tony just trying to get all the, looks like trying to get all of the one-off checks out of the way first before dipping a dungeon. Another dungeon, I should say.
I wonder if Nino's gonna do some hell runs. Or if he's just gonna go head back to Zelda.
That's a good question. We have seen a decent number of energy tanks, actually, at this point. We now have, I think, 6 + 2 reserves. So, Nito has some breathing room here. Could do some out of logic runs to Croc and Bubble Mountain. Although Bubble Mountain, we can't really do without a jump assist, which we still don't have. And I don't think Ice Beam gives us anything to work with either.
And you can probably do Ice Beam, or you can do Spring Ball Jump, but it's Spring Ball Jump is always, if you ask me, it's always unpleasant if you don't have high jump boots.
Alright, the Swamp Big Key is in left side swamp. 7 digs isn't too bad. Too bad it's for our missiles.
Oh, finds a shield in the Swamp Big Key.
Alright, shield not gonna be the best thing in the universe. Fire shield might be a little better, but unfortunately we've already finished up blind, which is probably where fire shield would be the most useful thing.
Blind and like laser bridge is the only time I feel like that comes to mind that where a shield, the appropriate shield, can be helpful. Is that? Would you? Is that?
That's what I observe as well, pretty much. All right, so left Swamp Big Chest was a compass, so we should be finding tons of items here now in Swamp. We've pretty much dealt with all the paperwork, and now we're going to actually go ahead and collect.
Farflu doing diver down.
Alright, Heart Piece definitely, or Heart Container definitely not going to go amiss. Farflu, I think, is still on Green Mail.
Space jump.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Space Jump plus Screw Attack has basically just cracked Super Metroid wide open.
And then if they do go through Norfair, it makes going travel through it so much easier.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we do see, I like to call it the Grand Hell Run to Ridley, because even though Ridley is a pendant, there are still a lot of items down there in Norfair, and we do know various suits perfectly in play. It's just chilling in the bottom of Tower Hera. So we do know that that would be in, and being able to pick up Flute now from Croc, I'm pretty sure Ridley is actually in Logic now. Unless I'm misremembering something.
Let's see. They would need gravity for the lava dive. But if they do the mist, if they find mist, they can go through the Flute Misery Mire.
Right, they need mid still. Yeah, that was what I was forgetting. They still need Mitz to use the Mire entryway. But yeah, if Mitz is next though, then I wouldn't be surprised if we actually do start seeing Norfair again, because we got plenty of options to go there now. But let's see what Argus gives us. Also, by the way, we could do with a bow.
Yeah, bow would be very nice. I would let them finish off Eastern Palace and then do Pod right after, or probably do Pod first and then finish off Eastern Palace.
Yeah, so with Space Jump and Ice Rod, I'm trying to think what the next play here is. I don't think we've seen Front of Skull Woods. I think runners are trying to put that off until a Fire Rod shows up. Although Vion might be... Nope, Vion is not heading in that direction, but Nito is dipping Tower of Hera. We'll see if he chooses to go to the basement after getting the key off Moldorm. So I'm trying to think. If Mitz is next, we also have access to Desert via Flute Mitz Mirror, so we can just go that way too. Gravity Suit would give us that option as well because of the Lava Dive. So yeah, we still need a fairly sizable chunk of things at this point. We definitely need Cane and Fire Rod. Cane, Fire Rod, and Bow are the obvious ones. We need Gravity for Dragon anyway. So yeah, we still need a good handful of things here. So yeah, I'm thinking right now, given what have we not seen yet that we could do? We could there's technically a lot open in Norfair because of Space Jump and Various Suit. Let's see, what else? Front of Pod, depending on how the first key plays out. The other Red Crystal's Mire, which we can't get into yet.
I think I'm taking there's Hookshot Cave as well.
Hookshot Cave we can't get to without mitts.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Hookshot Cave is on Dark Death Mountain.
Oh, right. The portal. They probably could do Spike Cave now, as they do have a lot more health now. And some of them have a bottle, which also means Sick Kid.
Farfalu is going back into Super Metroid. I suspect that this is going to be a out of logic play to, in his mind, out of logic play to Norfair. In fact, seeing those energy tanks being thrown into reserve there makes me very much suspect that now. This might be a run to Croc for the flute. Because normally in hard logic you would need 2 energy tanks for this, and the 2 reserves we've got would definitely do the trick. But it looks like Nito is not going back for Various Suit.
Oh, doing double duty there. Doing a Crystal Flash in a way to also check the Cathedral item.
And hilariously enough, that Cathedral item was an energy tank. Alright, Viana is going to be our first into Skull Woods now, so we do have a chance to see what's here. Alright, early big key. Nice 8-bit Luigi. Yeah. Chat brings up a good point that Nito has elected to. We found another sword and speed booster in Bubble Mountain Reserve. There we go. Now we're talking.
Okay, so that's a big bit. That's a big boost for Farfalu. Although now he's pretty low on the energy.
Yeah,
how much is? Oh, he has a good amount of reserve. Farfetch has that Power Bomb pre-selected, so they're probably going to do another Crystal Flash.
Now, I don't know if we saw what was in... Did we see what was in Wreck Ship Reserve?
Yeah. It was... I don't remember offhand, but it was nothing of value.
Okay. So... I'm trying to think what is keeping us off of Pedestal at this point. We've got the Swamp Pendant, and Fantoon's been wide open for a while now. Actually, no. Fantoon actually just recently got put into logic with Space Jump or Speed Booster. Take your pick. So we just need one more item to get to Ridley. We either need Titan's Mitts, so we can go in from the Screw Attack side after getting Flute off of Croc, or we need Gravity Suit to do the Lava Dive. So those are the only 2 things. I know, funny, I was saying how earlier it's unlikely given Ridley's a pen and Pedestal could be a thing, but suddenly I'm not so sure. We are going to see the Hera basement from Nito though on this end, so he is going to be very happy to see this Various suit.
Tony picks up their blue mail, so I imagine they're going to be this, kind of happy with that. Oh, Tony's also going to check anti-area power bombs.
Yeah, this is something nobody else got to check due to lack of a can fly previously, so let's see how this plays out. Anything good back here? Nope, just more super missiles.
Because apparently 50 supers is not enough.
The world is not enough.
I would burst into song right now, but I'm a terrible singer.
Alright, we are seeing Spike Cave from Nito. And yeah, I think 7 hearts and a full magic should be enough to do this. I totally missed what was on Croc.
We got Plasma Beam.
Ooh, okay. Croc really having the goods today. Plasma Beam and Flute.
So that so we can see we're probably can expect to see some X-ray action for when Farflu goes up against Dragon and possibly Baltoon.
Indeed. Yeah, the missing in action gravity suit right now is the big question mark. What else can we really do with this equipment? Yeah, another big question mark is bow. The things that could be on pedestal right now include, but are not limited to, Fire Rod, Gravity Suit if we get Mitts, Mitts if we get Gravity Suit. Oh,
there's her Tempted Sword.
Oh, so there were 2
wait.
swords in Norfair.
So that's how all 4 swords is that, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess now the question is, how many players will get Gold Sword?
Given that at the rate things are going, we probably need Flute anyway. Pretty high, I would say.
Yeah. Like, I know that most... oh, there's our Gravity.
Okay, Croc just had literally everything. Pedestal is in logic.
So, whoever bet on Croc this time bet 1 big. Croc was the jackpot, apparently.
Indeed. But if I do believe that puts Pedestal into play now. So, this will be very interesting to see how our runners assess this. Gravity Suit also is the big key for Meridia. We can do pretty much everything in there besides, I think literally besides Shack Tool. And even then, we have Ice Beam, so we could just Clim. So I suspect I suspect Meridia is next from Farfaloo. At the moment, he's got no real reason to dip Rex ship. That being said, going back to our pedestal discussion, so Titan's Mitts can be on the pedestal, Fire Rod can be on the pedestal, Bow could be on the pedestal, Kane could be on pedestal. There's a lot of things that could be on pedestal. A Link to the Past related specifically.
Yeah, I was about to say on the sword. I remember talking doing post interviews with MM2, said how for expert Zelda runners, Gold Sword's not much of a benefit, as at least compared to like Tempered Sword. But
No,
I mean,
it's not. The big upgrade from Master to Tempered is not having to do spins on Ganon.
Yeah.
Which is a very big deal.
Oh, it's Farfelu trying to going for a very difficult giant sport charge.
Looks like it. Trying to get Main Street missiles here.
Is that like a very tight 3-tap?
I'm honestly not sure, but does get it. Gets some rupees. It's arrows in the above Main Street, so nothing of importance there. But yeah, it's going to take a few minutes for Farfelu to completely toss the place, but he can very much toss the place. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of items pop up here, folks. So buckle up. We're either going to see a lot of trash or maybe some big play progression. And that
okay, so that's the third shield.
And that is not big play progression.
What was on the bottom turtle pedestal?
It was I think a heart piece.
Oh, okay.
Or a red rupee.
Yeah, it went too fast for me to catch.
Chat confirms piece of heart as well.
Okay.
Alright, where are the runners going? So, Vion is heading in the direction of... this looks to be towards Stumpy, so he's actually going to get hook shot in a minute here, after doing the dig game. Nothing of importance in the beach, just some more bombs. But yeah, let's see how Meridia plays out. But if Meridia does not end up having a lot of major items, I would very much begin to start suspecting the pedestal.
Yeah, Farfelu is just like having enough of supers. Yeah, because the watering hole didn't have any. Only thing of value was like supers, but Farfelu was like, I have enough supers, no more.
Alright, Nito is continuing a sweep of Skull Woods here. I don't know if we saw any items in the front at all. I know we saw the early the big key.
I don't remember any items of note in Skullwoods yet. Not that I can recall.
Well, there's the first item. It was bombs. Yeah, Skullwood's not a particularly item-dense dungeon. We got medallions coming up, though. Farfelu just found Bombos, which that's a pretty big deal. And
and there's bits.
That by itself actually just gave us a lot to play with here. That opens up Misery Mire. That opens up Ice Palace. We can now full clear the place.
A Turtle Rock, and then potentially Ganon's Tower, depending on how many crystals it wants.
Yeah, Dark Death Mountain actually might be pretty open right now, and unfortunately that does deliver a pretty nasty stab wound to the pedestal. At this point, if you're hoping for pedestal, you'll want it to have either cane or bow. It could still have cane, bow, or fire rod. Nothing stopping it from having either of those.
Okay, yeah, it could be one of those.
Yeah, TR, we can't really do anything without cane either because we can't get past the foyer.
Right, I almost forgot that.
Yeah, so I think our next big major item is going to be cane. Cane or bow would be pretty big right now. Fire rod, not so much since we have Bombos already. Let's see how Farfelu decides to adjust to this here. Well, for now, he's going to continue clearing Meridia. The sand pits had nothing.
Alright, let's see if Farfelu remembers they could do X-ray. I mean, microwave. He remembers. Unfortunately, he misses. Oh, wait, no. There's that funky Baldwin hitbox.
I don't recall if we've seen Sick Kid yet, actually, now that I think about it.
I don't think so, no. I don't think, I think it was Nita but that got the bottle first, but they have yet to route it. It looks like it was another bottle behind Baldwin.
Indeed, there was.
Looks like Farfalu was trying to decide if they wanted to go back for it or not. Does go for it.
I'm not surprised by that, because I'm pretty sure that is Farfalu. Yeah, Farfalu's never been to Wreck Ship yet, otherwise he definitely would have had that first bottle by now.
Oh, that was some nice movement Farfalu did through the Coliseum.
Indeed. And he's going to be our first to Dragon.
Because that was some intentionally placed space jumps that went over every single obstacle.
You love to see the satisfaction.
I'm still at the level where I'm just having to do a lot of really small space jumps and try to hope I don't bonk anything. Oh, here's the kid on Nito. And just power bumps.
Yeah, we don't need those.
Oh, and Dragon token is vanilla.
Alright, nothing of importance in the back there. Alright, so again, Meridia definitely coming out with the goods. Farfalu could even route out of this, depending on if he wants to check Plasma Beam or not. Could route out of this into Ice Palace. It is a crystal, so we do have to go there.
Yeah, so I guess it's a question of, does Farfalu go for Plasma Beam? Could go for a Shackle, although they'll have to do the Ice Clip, since they don't have Grapple. Which makes it out of logic. Or they could do the Meridia Dark World transition. As you were saying. Oh, looks like they're going for the Meridia transition. So they might do the Ice Palace, as you're speculating.
Yeah, as I say in Ocarina of Time Randomizer, rush Ice, although no real sense in doing that yet when you still have half a Meridia to clear up after Titan's Mitts, but oh no, Farfalu is not continuing this directly into Ice.
Oh, they want to activate the flute.
That makes a lot of sense, because with Flute and Mitts, that's a way to Mire as well, and Mire has a ton of checks right now. It has the Shed, Checkerboard Cave, the entirety of Desert Palace. Although, did Farfalu make a detour to the lamp? I think so.
And then plus you can also dip into the screw attack.
And yeah, our tracker confirms Farfalu did in fact get lamp.
Alright, Tony's picked up their speed booster and okay, Farfalu completely routes in their Sick Kid check. And it looks like they're going for Misery Mire. Or not.
I think just wanted to check Desert Ledge first, because that is actually our first peek of it of the day, and it did reveal high jump boots.
I imagine he'll go for it. I mean, that's a big call. It's a very nice quality of life item for Super Metroid.
Indeed. There's a
Not
good
required.
chance.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, there's a good chance we can get into Mire right now, but we'll see. Now that being said, we can only do the front without Kane.
Oh, there's Grapple.
Shack Tool, anybody?
Now don't have to do the ice clip. And was that quick? So we have access to the front.
Indeed, and that was the earliest medallion we found too. That was just chilling in, that was someplace really nice. Spectacle Rock.
Alright, we're gonna go do a desert dip. Hopefully the key is not on the... It's not boots locked.
Now, if the key is boots locked, then that's unfortunately another thing that could still be on pedestal. So yeah, there are still 4 items that could be on pedestal. If Turtle Rock needs ether, that is another valid candidate as well.
Okay, so just a piece of heart that's boots locked, so that kind of crosses out 1 item. Desert's 2 items total, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Desert not the most lucrative dungeon out there compared to, say, Potter Swamp, but at the same time, routing this into Mire Shed and everything else, it ends up being a nice clump of checks altogether.
I mean, the main thing I like... Oh, there's our bow.
That is a pretty big break for Farfalu, because that basically tells Farfalu Pot and Eastern is his next stop.
I mean, the main thing I like Desert Palace is that it's, especially if you have the mirror like he just did, is that it's very simple and short.
Indeed.
Where unlike, say, Eastern Palace, which that having to do that whole circle feels... Or Tile of Era was that basement, and you're just like sitting there waiting for the tiles.
I also just realized, with Flute and Gravity both being behind Croc, that Croc was hard required. This seed. This seed's getting good.
Yeah, Croc was the winning play.
Yeah, that right now I feel like is what's putting Farfalu pretty ahead right now. I would say Farfalu definitely does have an advantage at the moment. Though, that being said, that could change very quickly if we end up going on an Ether Medallion hunt for Total Rock access. Luckily... Actually, Kane could be a pretty big question mark, too. Kane and actually all of our remaining items can be pretty spread out, since we have Bombos for ice.
Landmoss boss was a very nice, quick finish by Farfalu. Taking advantage of those silver arrows.
Yeah, I would say... I think Farfalu's just going to go straight to Pod Eastern after finishing up here. Because you can't full clear Mire. I think you still do Checkerboard Cave just to sweep it real quick. But I do not think you go into Mire in this scenario. The density is just Pod and Eastern, and you have to go there anyway.
Yeah, he already has the mirror prep, so that's for the checkerboard, and he's probably going to go to the... I definitely think he's going to go for Pod and then Eastern.
We may see a quick pit stop to check Screw Attack here, and showcase Showdown. As well as Big Bird, but that's about it.
So checkerboard. Oh, he's gonna stop. Looks like he's gonna stop at Yugino's cave.
Alright, and the fact that Farfalu already came down makes me suspect that, yeah, he's pretty much done here. Probably gonna pull out the flute as soon as he's finished here.
Oh, and then there's our first gold sword for Tony.
I would be very surprised if there is no progression in Potter Eastern at this point. Because combined, there is an item on Armos Knights. And we could turn in the green pendant on top of that. So that region currently has 7 available items. Alright, Nito is making a quick detour to turn in the mushroom. So far, Farfalu's decision here to skip the Varia suit and go out of Logic into Croc has paid off.
Looks like just a piece of heart for the blue pendant.
That's unfortunate. So yeah, actually what actually makes this particular setup of items really interesting is that, as chat points out, it's looking like it's looking pretty likely that Turtle Rock is going to be our last dungeon, whether we like it or not, because Turtle Rock literally needs everything of the remaining items we're missing here.
Yeah, I mean, under normal circumstances, I kind of doing Turtle Rock last is my preferred thing, since then you can just go walk on over to Ganon's Tower. But then it's like in this kind of sea, but at this particular sea, we're hoping to skip Ganon's Tower. But we still don't know how many crystals Ganon's Towers itself needs.
That's very true. This would be Farfalu's 4th crystal after Eastern specifically. Assuming he chooses to do Ice next, that would give him 5. Yeah, I think after Eastern, I think we'll see, because there's still options. Hopefully GT is less than 5 crystals in Farfalu's case, but I would like to see GT. But I'm also somewhat prepared for the possibility that it's just 7 crystals to get in there, and that GT is completely irrelevant.
I mean, that can't be kind of nice, because then you can just skip the. Don't have to worry about it and just skip the slogging through it.
Alright, Tony is doing the Meridia play, so that is going to net him Titan's Mitts and Bamos very soon here. Everybody else also being forced into that speed booster in Bubble Mountain Reserve as well.
Ganon picks up the red shield. Let's see. I wonder if he'll pick up the mirror as well.
Alright, Pod's big key was in the basement.
Alright, there's Tony's mints.
Alright, not a whole lot going on in this Palace of Darkness just yet. There's a couple items left. Actually, I think there's only one item left.
A bottle.
And yeah, we just found it, I think. Because yeah, I think that is key for a key in the vanilla big key chest.
I mean, I know in my experience, at my skill, I find bottles valuable, but I don't think Farfelu really needs those bottles.
Probably not. I do suspect, though, that given that is still only 7 hearts, I suspect we'll see them see a detour to get those bottles filled with blue potion anyway. Especially given that we do have Cape and Cane of Burna in our pocket just in case.
Yeah, I remember one seed where I only had, I can't remember if it was Master Sword or Tempered Sword, but I could not defeat Trinix until I started getting. I did not have enough. I would just run out of magic. I was forced to go and get some bottles in order to defeat Trinix.
Fun fact, on the subject of combo randomizers, Ocarina of Time Cross Majora's Mask randomizer is a thing.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Ocarina of Time and which Majora's Mask?
Mm-hmm.
How did they, so what's the, how do they handle the transitions there?
I think it's entering either the Clock Tower or Happy Mask Shop in Ocarina of Time, the Clock Tower itself in Majora's Mask, because otherwise those two areas serve no purpose.
I see. That's interesting, I might have to look that up.
Alright, Farfelu takes down Helmasaur King, gets the Phantoon boss token for his trouble. Now, correction, the Ridley token for his trouble. Point being, it's a Metroid token. And he's just going to go ahead and zip straight through, go to the eastern boss, and grab the item and crystal off of Armos. It really has been, like, the last 12 months have just been phenomenal for Randomizer. Paper Mario Randomizer and Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer came out last year. Metroid Dread Randomizer came out last year. It's been a great past year for Rando.
Oh, Nina's going through the back door of Gravel.
Okay. Oh, Twilight Prince Randomizer went into 1.0 this last year as well.
Twilight Princess?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's our second gold sword. That's a lot of, yeah, that's awfully a lot of randos all in 1 year.
Oh yes.
Is it partly just more interest in rando, or is it emulation for those more recent newer systems just getting better? Do you think?
I'm not honestly sure. Apparently Metroid Dread was very easy to reverse engineer, so that's why they've got that render already up and running.
Yeah, that was surprisingly quick from my perspective.
Yeah, I think it was showcased in a GDQ hotfix a while back. Also, I don't think we've seen anything. Yeah, we didn't see any new items in any crazy items off of Armos Knights. So, yeah, surprisingly barren, and I think we're going to see ice now.
Sadly, no icebreaker.
Yeah, no Kane to make that easy today, unfortunately. But yeah, Dread Rando was shown off a few months ago in a GDQ hotfix. Alright, Plasma Beam is junk.
Oh, Nino's trying to get a short charge across the escape.
Alright, first chest of ice, a red rupee.
Or are they trying for a wraparound shot somehow?
I think by charging, it's easier to moonwalk.
Oh, because he's trying to get onto the very edge to get as much running space as possible.
Yep.
Alright, looks like Dino's going to give that up as a lost cause.
Alright, we're going to see Vion make a detour to Waterway here. We haven't been able to see this because Speed Booster was a little late to the bandwagon. the spider, the arm, the wheel morph ball. I'm sorry, I still can't get over how just silly this thing is.
I think, I choose like it's like spider when it does its morph ball and another bottle.
Alright, well, so far I don't see anything else showing up in ice, so this is gonna.
Oh, here's something new. Dino's going to lower Norfair.
Alright, this has been in logic for some time now, so we'll see what comes of this.
Now, Nino's doing this out of logic for them since he doesn't have any, so he's having to do a gravity jump.
Oh yeah, because no high jump or space jump. High jump was on Desert Ledge. Where was space jump? It was in Swamp. Right?
Swamp.
Yeah. And gets it. Alright, there's Ice's map.
I need to want people to check the item right before go through, so they don't have space jump, but they will be able to go through the back with the green gate glitch, then go into the mire area.
Yeah, the only downside to this is Nito doesn't have an easy way to get back here. If this ends up being, if there ends up not being any major progression, because an easier way back here would definitely be Flute to Mire, but it looks like Nito hasn't gone out of his way to pick up Flute yet.
Alright, heart container and screw attack. It's just some arrows in the front of gold trees, so don't really need to come back here with screw attack.
Yeah, luckily with a full beam, this big bird fight is pretty much trivial.
Oh, half magic in go through Rizzo's Shaper.
Okay. Half magic is pretty nice. Farfalu has found all 3 small keys, so Cold Stare is not so Mario locked today. Looks like Nito must have only dipped Swamp instead of completely finished tossing the whole place, because he's got Ice Rod, which was in the first chest of Swamp, but did not go to the back for Space Jump. Interesting. I'm not sure if Cold Stare has the compass. I don't remember if we've seen it yet. It's either the compass or the third item.
Look like
Nito's-
the Farfalu has the compass. I did, but it was kind of quick.
Say again?
I think I might have saw the compass in Farfalu's inventory, but I could have missed saw that.
No worries. But yeah, this is going to be another crystal, and yet after this, I think your next stop is to make a quick trip to Dark Death Mountain. Because in Farfalu's case, he's still missing various suits, so that might be keeping him out of Super Metroid for a little longer. Which, again, even though it is required, given the way this seed is going, Farfalu may be able to get away without it. It depends on what is in Lower Norfair, because we've only seen a little bit of it. Let's see, yeah, it's probably gonna be nearer to a flute. Because yeah, Dark Death Mountain has Hookshot Cave, Floating Island we know is junk, and maybe we'll be able to get into to GT, who knows?
We're gonna see Dark World Death Mountain East.
There's also Super Bunny Cave, so that's another pair of checks. So yeah, if this is not the answer, then... I mean, Pedestal's not off the table yet.
Oh, chat mentions Smith's Chain is also available.
Oh yeah. We've had access to that for a while now, haven't we?
Ever since Mints, I believe.
Yeah, which isn't... It wasn't too long ago, but it's been a hot minute.
And it's not going to be... And then we have the meter, so it's not like they have to do a reset. And here's a DR Rock, and it's Quake.
Okay, so Bombos, the only thing Bombos was good for right now is an easy way into ice. Which, to be fair, it's an easy way into ice. Alright, Hookshot Cave. We got a heart piece, pack of missile, or heart container rather, pack of missile. Oh, there's the heart piece. But heart piece, heart container, missiles, and our other shirt.
I would say it's good for your health.
Yeah. All right, let's see what GT's story is today. If it is 5 or less, we will be able to go in right now. If it is 6 or 7, somebody help us. It is 2.
Wow. Wow.
So GT's been available very early.
Very early on GT.
So,
I mean, admittedly, getting here and getting into the front entrance is another story, but still pretty early GT.
all right, we're going to see the Hope Room now, but now right side GT we actually can't get to without Kane, but the biggest insult for GT right now would be Kane in the left side, Fire Rod on the right side. Alright, hard container on the torch. No need to concern ourselves with boots today. And we are seeing Misery Mire from Nito.
Yeah, he's hoping that the Kane's in Meyer.
Alright, chest number 6 in GT is missiles. We got a lot of small keys, which is really nice. Now, Farfalu probably would rather the key be on the right side in this case, the big key be on the right side, just to not have to concern himself with upper GT for the moment. Alright, there's another small key in Meyer. I think that's all the Meyer small keys. So I don't think Nito's found either of the 2 items yet in Misery Mire. And as far as GT small key logic, I apologize, I'm not well versed in that field. Okay, that's all the Misery Mire keys. Alright, so we've got Rando Room, a few more, Armos on Ice. Yeah. Alright, so this is 10 through 13.
Shovel. So here's a fetch quest for you.
Alright, game. I see how it is.
So now Farfield's going to be wondering, is it the shovel?
I will laugh a little bit if it's the shovel. And that ends up being Fire Rod or Kane. I would giggle a little bit even if it was Boots. Meyer big key chest is vanilla. Beg your pardon, game. Ooh, Farfalu's gonna bomb jump his way across here. Very well done.
Is there even a formal setup for that? Or he just kind of winged it?
No idea. Alright, well, we've only got 3 checks left in here, and it's Armos on Ice. Which will thankfully be a cakewalk, courtesy of having 3 dozen silver arrows currently available. And Meyer's big chest was only the compass.
Oh, there's the big key.
But just as that happens, Nito finds Kane in Misery Mire.
Oh, he did? Oh. Which chest was it?
Right after the big chest.
Oh, wow.
GT big chest is a small key, and that is gonna... Let's see how Farfalu... Farfalu is gonna end the dive there.
I mean, I can believe it, because going up to GT is the item dent and the slog.
Yeah, so we're looking for we have a Fire Rod Go mode, folks. So places Fire Rod cannot be anywhere in the back of Skull Woods, and anywhere past Turtle Rock, depending on the key logic. That's it. Have fun full clearing the whole rest of the game looking for Fire Rod. Oh, Fire Rod can't even be on right side GT either because of the besides tile room. That would be the insult right there. If Fire Rod is in tile room. But yeah, finding Kane there is a very big break for Nidorific.
Yeah, that was a pretty big gamble, but it paid off. So that might let Nito do some catch up.
We shall see. We are going to see the Smith chain now. But yeah, Kane and Meyer. Meyer's a tough call to make because it's another low item dungeon, because it's only 2, just like Desert. So, and if you don't find Kane, you're done, and it's a bit of a long walk to the boss afterwards. Nidorific also does have access to Pyramid Fairy as well, as Chad points out, so yeah, this seed got very interesting. Nito was a bit behind earlier in the seed due to being a little more thorough in the early game and burning some time in Wreck Ship. Nice ether medallion that we don't need. As I said before, you know, anything goes when it comes to rando when you're looking for that one item that could be almost anywhere. And now we are going to see that lower Norfair.
Just regular bombs for Farflu.
Oh well. Yeah, as we cross the 2-hour mark again, we want to remind you to follow our 4 runners, Nito, Nidorific, Vion, Tony Taeyong, and Farflu. The 4 of these folks have put on a fantastic show for you here tonight. And we want to thank our trackers as well, Kidgerface and Frambo James, for their wonderful help pushing all the buttons, making sure everybody knows who has what. And Yuzu, thank you so much for coming to join me here tonight in the booth.
Yeah, Jake, thank you for having me.
All right, let's see what else is in this lower Norfair. We see an energy tank, which is nice, but it's not what we're looking for. Fire Rod on Ridley would be pretty rude right now. Alright, we've got Purple Chest and Shovel too.
Oh, is
so
Nito going to do Ridley?
Okay, Shovel was dead.
Oh well, Dina's gonna do Ridley.
You know something? Given that Nito has already committed to the blue pendant in, given that Nito's already committed to getting the blue pendant off of Fantoon, I'm not too surprised by this, because the downside is Nito's going to have to go back to Swamp in order to check Pedestal, since he's only got an Ice Rod and then busted out. So we'll see what the response is. But yeah, at this point, I'm okay with this Ridley play because again, we're looking for Fire Rod, and it can be virtually anywhere. So it really just comes down to who finds it first, and how do you prioritize getting to it? Do you prioritize density? Do you prioritize one-offs? I mean, any one of those could be your answer.
Oh, Farflu's now doing Misery Mire, so
Ooh, this is
they
very
will
good
probably
news.
pick up the cane.
Yeah, this is very good news for him.
And the purple chest only had a piece of a heart.
You know what I would love to know where it is? Book of Medora, because that's another 2 checks that would give us that we've been kind of able to get to for a while, but we couldn't actually check them.
Oh, just a vanilla E-tank for Ridley.
That's unfortunate. There's still a couple of items left here in the exit to Ridley.
Yeah, we have the Fireflies and then the jail, I believe.
Oh yeah, Tabo GT is also locked by Fire Rod too because of the gap torch puzzles up near the top. So yeah, Tabo GT is pretty much dead. Lamp can work, but I don't know if logic expects that. Alright, Vion's traveling through Super Bunny. This didn't have any. Yeah, there wasn't even anything in Dark. This overworld in general was pretty barren tonight. Like, the vast majority of our major items came from dungeons.
And it was all pretty, like, spoon-fed. Except for Croc.
Pretty much, yeah. Croc just had a bowl full.
I think Croc went and looted the old type cave.
Alright, Vion's gonna be our first runner on red mail at this point.
Looks like Vion's also going to check out GT and just a piece of art in the Norfair jail.
Alright, so yeah, Vion only has 2 crystals, which, surprisingly enough, that's enough to get in. Oh, and chat confirms that Lamp works for getting up GT as well as Fire Rod, so take your pick. So, okay, so the top of GT is in play.
Just a butterfly net and Norfair escape.
Alright, Farfalu's about to happen upon Kane. So yeah, absolutely nothing in lower, well, only half magic in lower Norfair, that's it. So, what's left? Front of Total Rock, depending on keys. We full cleared Desert, we full cleared Hera, we full cleared Pod, we full cleared Swamp. We can't check the rest of Skull Woods. We full cleared Thieves, Ice, and Mire. We have Front of Total Rock. We full cleared everything in Meridia minus Shack Tool.
So we have Shack Tool, Ped, and Pyramid Fairy.
We could dip Pyramid. We can check Pyramid Fairy, yeah. Yeah, actually, this is pretty bad. There are actually like no good checks left. Besides dipping front of TR, depending on keys. Let's see how Nidorific chooses to respond to this, because Nido also hasn't checked ice yet. So he's probably going to do that next. Farflu, on the other hand, yeah, this is gonna be very interesting, because now on the flip side, Farflu hasn't done Lower Norfair. He may just do that anyway and do a Grand Hell run. Although that being said, we don't even know if that's required yet, because we don't even know if Pedestal has Fire Rod, because that is pretty much all we're missing is Fire Rod. Now that being said, if it's boots on Ped to Fire Rod somewhere else, then that's an even bigger oof. But yeah, Pyramid Fairy is open now. Let's see if Farfelu checks this before dipping Lower Norfair, because he's right next to Lower Norfair, so it could go either way.
Don't get put on the mirrors, probably not.
I think this is just quickly a GT, a Big Bird, and a Screw Attack check, and then probably turning around. Which I think Farfelu is going to stick around for that half magic. Oh, might stick around for that half magic. That's a bit of a tough one to pick up, to justify by itself. Looks like he's going to stick around. Too close. But yeah, this fight isn't too bad. He'll be fine. It's not quite in the sweet spot, though. There we go.
Ooh, that health.
Oh, yep, he's got to move here. Oh, those health drops were garbage. Luckily, we did put back. Luckily, we put back the energy recharge station.
67 energy left, so not too bad, but kind of. Yikes.
Vion improvising here, using the ether medallion to light the way. Across this path. That's a pretty smart improv. Almost fell off just then, and then fell
does fall off.
And yeah, thankfully worst room in the game isn't so bad with Space Jump. Yeah, well, it looks like we're seeing a, lower the Grand Hell run from Farfelu. That energy tank down there is a really nice break. Don't recall if we saw any additional energy tanks in Lower Norfair. Looks like Tony's gonna go into GT as well.
Ridley has one.
Ridley? Oh yeah, Ridley had one. So yeah, Farfelu is probably gonna... Hopefully that'll save Farfelu a Crystal Flash. He doesn't actually have enough ammo to fire one off. Actually does have enough ammo to fire one off. Has just enough super missiles. Assuming I'm reading that as 10 and not 18. Yeah, it's 10.
Okay, looks like Farflu might be skipping Ridley. Which, unless it's a pedestal, is probably the best call to make.
Yeah, it's a tough play right now because for Farfelu, the no Varia suit means you do have to do the whole thing, and it's kind of rough. I think he might just be looking for an extra energy tank to make life a little easier. But no, looks like he's just flat out busting out of the area.
Nino's making the Shack Tool play.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't necessarily disagree with any of the plays our runners are making because, again, we just don't know where this fire rod is, and it just could be anywhere.
Yeah, we have nothing but like really obnoxious checks.
Oh, I see what Farfalu was doing. Just decided to do a sweep of a light sweep of lower Norfair, and then reset. This is actually probably a wreck ship play. After criteria power bombs, because yeah, Farfalu's not been to wreck ship at all, which has been the reason why he's been so far ahead by comparison to everybody else at this point. Unfortunately, it looks like he might be giving up some of that edge here, if wreck ship is his next stop.
Oh, fire rod, shock tool.
Oh, good grief. That just put Nidorific in go mode at 213.25.
Yeah, he kind of went from like kind of trailing behind to now like definitely in was a sizable lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, still has to pretty much get everything. So, I think the play from Nito here is he is going to defeat Dragon, probably go straight from there to Ice Palace, and then just clear all the remaining Link to the Past dungeons as necessary, and go from there. And it is fast Ganon too, so there's no more crystals in There is no crystals in Super Metroid, so yeah, I think I see Nito's routes here. Yeah, he's gonna clear Dragon.
Oh yikes! Beyond having to do the Armos next with no bow.
Oh dear. All right, with Tempered Sword, it's not too bad, but oh yeah, Vion never got the bow. That was in Desert.
Yeah, that was the Desert Palace.
Wow. Yeah, this was definitely a all your progression in dungeon seed. Good grief, because we had what was in a dungeon? Bow was in a dungeon. You could argue Fire Rod and you can argue Meridia is a dungeon. So Mitz, Bamos, and Fire Rod were in a dungeon. Kane was in a dungeon.
Space Jump was in a dungeon.
Hammer was in a dungeon. Flute was in Croc, which is basically a pendant dungeon. Yeah, like almost everything was in a dungeon today. And to answer question, chat, Fire Rod was on Shack Tool. And Grapple Beam was in Meyer Shed, so you did have to go get that. So you did need, again, take your pick: Gravity Suit to Lava Dive, or Flute and Croc Escape. Both were in Croc Escape anyway, or in the Croc vicinity anyway. So, in case there was any further doubt that Croc was required tonight.
Yeah, Croc had the Flute, Plasma Beam, Gravity Suit, a sword, and then and some supers for on top.
I'm noticing Nito is still checking sand pits. I'm curious as to why.
I mean, is there any major quality of life items that would help him out?
Maybe a medallion at best, because I don't think Nito hasn't been to Dark Death Mountain, so doesn't know about Turtle Rock yet, I don't think.
I mean, the only thing, from my looking at his tracker, the only thing I can think of that I would really like is maybe Space Jump, but I don't really need it. But maybe boots.
Well,
it's probably the main thing I would like if I was Nito.
Yeah, well, even then, because you don't need Pegasus boots at this point since you're not going to GT, and
that's just, I would only want them just so I can move around faster.
That's fair. But even still, yeah, Nito's been a frequent flyer of the weeklies. I don't that to me that doesn't sound like something he would concern himself with.
Maybe he's just, it's just a habit of him being very thorough and everything.
it might be that maybe Nito is missing something and we just didn't catch it. But yeah, Nito's gonna go ahead and check Dragon now. Get the boss token and move along here, I think. Because yeah, after that, it's probably gonna be ice. Probably just pod. It's gonna be probably ice. In a scenario like this, I would actually not have Turtle Rock be your last dungeon. I would actually say that Pod is a better choice to be your last dungeon, Pod Eastern, because that'll put you right in front of the pyramid already, and you could just waltz right over. So in a scenario like this, yeah, I would say finish Dragon, clear ice, flute to the mountain and get Turtle Rock out of the way. And then probably flute to Kakendusko Woods, and then flute to Pod Easter and do that. And that's your go mode. Well, Tony is going to make the GT climb here. Well, there are 4 items up here, so let's see if there even is anything. Actually, are there? Yeah, the only thing that could be up here as a major item at this point is Pegasus Boots. We've literally seen everything else. Well, I appreciate the Shack tool, but I was actually really leaning towards this being a pedestal seed for a bit. Nito's taking a safety save. Nito must think he's missing something. Because the only reason I could see you safety saving here is if you were about to save scum something. Oh, you know what it might be? Nito might have forgotten it's... Well, no, Nito checked the crystal count, so... I don't think Nito forgot that it's fast scanning. Because the only other thing I could be thinking of is maybe Boots to check the GT torch, but that's it. Which doesn't make sense in this case.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Tony's actually scanning going up the tower. So that's going to be a big time loss for Tony.
Unfortunately, yeah, there's nothing of note here left.
Yeah, Nino's doing a plasma check.
Yeah, this is very strange.
But it's not really worth the time investment.
Yeah, I'm really am not sure what Nito's going for here.
Like I'll admit that I tend to be pretty safe with randomizers being more thorough, but yeah, I have to agree with you. I don't see the reasoning for that check, other than just for the sake of being thorough.
Yeah, because I think Nito must... The only other thing I could think of is that Nito hasn't been to Turtle Rock yet, so doesn't know the requirement and might think it's not Quake. Although, in a scenario like this, I would have thought it'd be better to... And I'm sure we'll get the answer to this in the interview for sure, but I would have thought it would be a bit better to check Turtle Rock in your dive to the Dark World to make sure that it is what it is, so that you at least have it on your list. All right, let's see what Nito decides to do here. Yeah, he's gonna go to ice. This is what we
Oh no, he does he did a save reset to Sanctuary.
This is probably Skull Woods.
I would say, honestly, I would save Schoolwoods for later, because that's the Metroid token.
Well, you still have to go there anyway. So the typical play is once you defeat Ganon to immediately save, quit, reset, and go to save, quit, reset, and go back to Super Metroid.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, Nito never activated the flute. Okay,
Okay, never mind.
so this
That
makes
makes
a lot of
perfect
sense. Sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
That's fine. Was far from the double dipping Ganon's tower.
Looks like it. The cane does give you access to... I mean, it gives you access to Tile Room, but you can also check the 4 checks up top. I think Farfalu forgot that he's already triggered the cutscene. Took a quick pause there. But yeah, I'm not surprised at doing Skullwoods first because the typical practice is to defeat Ganon, which will put you on the pyramid, and then immediately reset back to Super Metroid. And landing site is pretty much the closest spot you can get to Torian. So better to do that with all 4 tokens in your pocket already. So the play here is gonna be Skullwoods to Ice. Yeah, now if in a fast Ganon scenario, then Pod Eastern would be better as the last possible dungeons, but we'll see. Fast Ganon's not something we typically do on SMZ3 on the SMZ3 weeklies. And I do remember we had somebody a while ago not know that it was Fast Ganon and go through GT anyway.
Oof. Yeah, and Tile Room was missiles.
Oh, I see the problem. Nito does not think he has Ice Rod. Or Nito does not have... But does Nito have Ice Rod? I need to see the inventory again. Because if Ice Rod's the problem, that means Nito needs to actually dip Swamp. Okay. That's the problem. Nito doesn't have Ice Rod.
Okay, so his trucker was accidentally mismarked.
Alright, okay, so that changes things. Unfortunately, because of where Fire Rod is and the fact that runners, for the most part, have already finished up Meridia, they're not going back to Shaktul anytime soon.
Yeah, so this is coming into a very trollish snail seed, I guess, to say.
Yeah, it's because of where everything is and the routes that everybody's taken. Now that being said, Nito might head to Swamp sooner rather than later then. Although I suspect that his play now is going to be to just clear dungeons until Ice Rod. Yeah, there's no Ice Rod. That confirms it right there. Oh, Nito might be dipping the front of TR, which we know this is a big mistake right now.
Yeah, especially... I mean, he'll probably eventually do it, since he does already have the 2 other pendants, so he might think I might as well go ahead and get the last pendant at some point, but he's probably... It's kind of like... There's the temptation of just do the dungeons you have to do anyways, just in hopes progressions in the... instead of dipping a pendant dungeon.
Exactly. Alright, Vion is now in Misery Mire, so he's where he needs to be to get Kane. Is still missing Bo from Desert, but is going to go there probably next anyway. That will put his only missing item as Fire Rod, which unfortunately, again, requires a trip back to Shaktul. On the flip side, Farfalu has retrieved Variasu, was thinking about what to do for a minute there, and I think this is going to be a play to... What is this going to be a play to? Probably climb supers, because I don't think he checked this.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying to check if you don't, if you just want to visually see it, doing the wall jumps up. Just a heart piece. Alright, Beyond is about to grab their cane.
Alright, and Tony's right behind, so...
Would that be like a French vanilla cane or something like that?
I mean, it's literally right next to the big chest, so it's like one shelf over.
I mean, it's not vanilla, but would people call that like French vanilla?
Close enough.
Or maybe some variant of vanilla.
Vanilla bean.
That's always a good flavor.
It looks like Nito's did pick up... Oh, yeah, because Nito picked up Titan's Mitts, so yeah, he's got to have Bombos too. Which, that's good for Ice Palace, because eventually he does have to go there. Not that it's going to matter since he's packing Fire Rod anyway.
Don't do it, Nito. Don't do it.
Hopefully this will just not be a key and Nito will be immediately... Well, actually, no, it's Fire Rod. It's Fire Rod that would keep you locked out here. So yeah, Nito's going to just toss the whole place.
Don't do it.
Now that being
Yeah,
said...
the big key's on to the left side anyway, so...
Go on.
Well, the big key's to the left here, so I don't think even if he didn't have the Fire Rod, he could still progress. Or is there a small key to the right that he needs to grab?
Nito would need... Well, if you didn't have Fire Rod, that big key would end your dive right there. But,
okay.
If that was a small key, then you could keep going.
Oh, okay.
And as long as the game gives you, I think, 3 small keys, and I think the big key needs to be vanilla, you can make it all the way to Laser Bridge.
I see.
Without Fire Rod. Like in a scenario like this, and again, the big key pretty much ends it right there, so... But in this case, since we do have Fire Rod, Nito's just going to go ahead and toss the whole place, and unfortunately get stopped at Laser Bridge. Now, I assume, though, he's going to leave a mirror portal outside of Mimic Cave. In an effort to... and try to hold on to that, if at all possible.
Unfortunately not. No, it's going to... not without... unless there's some other way to get into Swamp without me that I don't know about.
Unfortunately, yeah, because you need Mirror for Swamp. Yeah, there's no way to hold that.
This is probably one of the moments where Nito will probably really be wishing they had the Flute 9 point that they added in the Link to the Past remake. Or was it remaster?
A Link Between Worlds, you mean?
No, not Link Between Worlds, but I think it was a remaster. But they added, after you beat Turtle Rock, I think it was, or unlock it, I can't forget which, but they added a new flute point at Turtle Rock.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with any ports past the SNES version, so you'll forgive me.
Fair enough.
Nice boots. Well, for this, if nothing else, Nito gets to go a little fast. Now that being said, Farfaloo is back to Shack Tool, so this is where he needs to be. This will get him Fire Rod, and actually he will be our first runner in Go mode.
So yeah, this might. So this will probably put Farfaloo back into the lead.
Yeah, so Farfaloo does still retain the advantage of not having dipped wreck ship. So
Yeah.
that is really what gives Farfaloo the big advantage here, and what ultimately is gonna, I think, allow him to take this race, barring any technical disasters.
Yeah, but so after he grabs Fire Rod, all he needs to do is Turtle Rock, and then Skull Woods, and then beat the final bosses.
Yeah, and I think after that, unfortunately, you have to go back to Hyrule first. But after that, you probably, Honestly, you can do these in any order, because I think the fastest way to the pyramid after your last dungeon is to just reset, save and quit, go to your house, and use that portal, or Flute to 5. Flute to 5 is actually faster.
I think what he might do is that he'll probably take the Norfair portal, then he'll be in Death Mountain, and then he'll just go to the Turtle Rock. And then he'll probably take save quit to Skull Woods.
That's assuming the Norfair portal's closer, which I don't think it is. Alright, so Farfalu is in go mode just before the 233 mark. And apparently there was
the Meridia portal's not that. It's a little bit more farther away.
So apparently we must have missed this, I guess, but Farfalu did fire a rage super or two at the fire rod. And you know something? I would be a little frustrated with that in his shoes. Now, that being said, again, he did manage to skip Rex ship, which, again, that's pretty much the main reason he's ahead.
Super happy fun missiles.
Alright, so... Actually, I think with boots being found, that is all of our major items. So yeah, there is literally nothing left to find.
Yeah, there's book. I mean, if someone really went for completionist, I think there's book Lindora, and that's about it.
Oh yeah, we never saw a book.
I mean, we did see Ether, and I can't think of any other. But I can't think of any other major items we have not seen.
Alright, it looks like the mountain is Farfalu's first stop here.
Okay, looks like I hold it.
Vion asking Big Bird to have a seat.
It's been one big of a prank. It's quite explosive.
Alright, unfortunately, Nito's gonna now dip and probably full clear GT.
Oof. Yeah, that's gonna cost Nito.
So I think if I recall, if I'm reading my notes correctly, I think everybody fell for GT.
Yep, everyone has fallen for GT now.
And it's still very surprising to me that GT had absolutely nothing, because again, it was only a 2 crystal entry. It was in play very early. Like, let's just say, for the sake of argument, it was in play as early as, you know, Hera Basement to various suits, so you can go get Gravity and Flute, and you can go to Mire Shed that way to get Grapple. Wait, hold on. I'm not thinking this through. To go get after Gravity Suit, you can go to Meridia for Titansmiths. You did need to make a pit stop in Bubble Mountain Reserve for Speed Booster as well. Unless you wanted to snail clip, which you could do. So, it's been in play. GT's been in play for a while. If we just start from Gravity Suit.
I mean, it definitely opened that. The randomizer had plenty of chances to, like, I'm gonna place this in GT. But
Yeah,
every time it's like, Nope, I'm not gonna put it there.
Yeah, it's a color may surprise.
Ooh, Tony's going for the Ridley play.
Yeah, for Tony, this is gonna be a this is gonna make Pedestal open. We might see what's actually in there before too long goes by. Vion, on the other hand, is dipping Pod.
What if it's a pet book?
This is a paradox? Question mark! Exclamation point.
Is it?
That's what the hint reads. If you do read it later.
Oh, if you read it, if the pet book, it says this is a paradox.
Yeah, this is a paradox! Question mark! Exclamation point.
Oh wow! I did not know it said that.
I mean, honestly, given what we know, I would not be surprised, because again, we have now basically full cleared this game. Never mind. It was on right side GT.
Wait, who found it? Oh, Nito found it?
Nito just found it. Yeah, it was behind right side GT. Alright, that's some nice comedy. Because, yeah, everybody else did not have Kane when they went through here the first time, so they didn't get Book, but Nito has everything except Ice Rod and gets Book.
So he gets punished for having it.
Yeah, actually, this is just going to send him to Bombos and Ether Tablet, and it's going to just knock him away from Fire Rod not Fire Rod, from Ice Rod even further.
Yeah,
Although that being said, Bombos Tablet into Swamp isn't necessarily a bad route, so we could see some improv that way.
Alright, we're about to see our Trinax fight. Oh, did Farflu take a death?
Yeah, looks like it.
I thought, like, I mean, he got to the second phase, so I thought, like, okay, it was a death warp at first, because it's like, that stage is usually not that difficult, and it's like, wait a minute. No, he's going back into the dungeon.
Yeah, because Farflu, I think, is still on green mail. Unless I'm imagining things. No, Farflu's on blue mail. I know for a fact that outfit was blue when we started.
So maybe, Farf... I mean, how many hearts does, Trinax do?
A handful, yeah, that's what I thought. Farflu does have blue mail. Well, Nito's gonna get the big key. That's check number 20 out of 22 for Nito. Alright, where's Tony going? He's pulled out of Zebus. He's gone back to the mountain. Or not to the mountain, gone back towards Swamp. Already has Ice Rod and already has Ice Rod. So yeah, what does this play? Pyramid Fairy, probably. Alright, so Farfalu's gonna try again.
Okay, so I was just looking up the wiki, and Trinix does 3 hearts of damage to Bluebill.
Yeah, so it still hits like a truck. Tony just had a conga line going on there with that bomb.
Oh, I saw the last frames of that. Yeah, that was super funny.
So yeah, what was supposed to be a random goals fast Ganon seed has turned into your pretty much bog standard normal 7-7 or 7-4 fast Ganon.
At this point, if someone goes to the top of a Ganon's Tower, I just want Aga2 to go, just like say, this was a trap. There's nothing here. Why did you come up here?
Nice going, dingus.
At least you can read. Alright, the Farfell's gonna take care of Skull Woods, and then he does have the 2 final bosses to take care of. While Leon gets their... Is that their last Metroid? 3rd Metroid token?
Yes. The one he is missing is Skull
Woods. Because the Fire Rod is still in play for those 2. On the right side.
Yeah, this is just one of those scenarios that's just painful for all the wrong reasons. It's like, on one end, Nito was being thorough earlier, but then decided to start skipping stuff later, and the end result of that is he's now not dipped Swamp to get Ice Rod. Everybody else dipped Meridia early, but didn't have Grapple Beam, so didn't do Shack Tool, or just didn't want to Snail Clip to Shack Tool, and Fire Rod happens to be there instead, so...
It wouldn't be a Snail Clip to Shack Tool. It would have been either Ice Clip or Crystal Flash Clip.
That's the one.
Snail Clip is for the pink aqueducts where Mitts were.
Mm-hmm.
But at that point, they already had Speed Booster. Oh, looks like Dino has abandoned Ganon's Tower.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's no point, absolutely no point in going to fight Aga2. And if anything, this just gives you a good into the Ether Tablet.
Which is the E-Tank.
Mothula had the last 3 hundo.
Oh, it'd be nice potion money.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Farfalu makes a quick detour to get those, to get some blue potions here before fighting Ganon. But it looks like that is not what he's going to do.
Yeah, it looks like he's going straight for Ganon. Did he already do the Pyramid Fairy?
It's not going to matter anyway, since...
well, I mean, he might go get like a green potion.
I think yes, because I remember there being a heart container in there.
Although he does have at least 1 blue potion, I believe I saw in his inventory.
Okay, 1 blue potion and Tempered Sword Silver Arrow should be okay.
I suppose it might partly depend on Is that with or without the torch glitch?
Even without. Silver arrows just make the fight so trivial.
True. At that point, it's just whack. Here's a couple of arrows.
Yeah, if this were silverless Ganon, I would say the blue potion is almost an essential, but in this case, I say it's more insurance.
Mhm. Yeah, especially if Farfaloosa is skilled enough to get to that point pretty easily.
And meanwhile, Ganon says, "Hey, your blood can resurrect me."
Does that mean we have a Zelda 2 randomizer after this?
How convenient.
Farfaloo is making use of that cape.
Burning a lot of magic in the process, though.
They might be wishing they had the half magic with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody did see half magic. Ganon's teleports weren't too bad, actually. He even manages to get a hit in before the torches.
A double hit there.
Doesn't,
Oh, finish off Ganon before the torch went out.
Doesn't even need the potion. Well done, Farfaloo. Single G's in chat for him, as he will now proceed to Super Metroid to defeat Mother Brain.
That was a very nice Ganon fight.
Indeed. Could you imagine if we had like a fast Mother Brain mode, where once you go down the Torian elevator, it just takes you straight to Mother Brain?
I'm kind of conflicted on that because I really like seeing some people's Metroid rims.
That's fair, and I say this purely as an observer, as someone who hasn't played SM Randomizer.
Because a lot of times a lot of these Metroid rims are especially with skill runners, they just go through them really fast, and it looks beautiful. Admittedly, I might be partly biased because I focus on Super Metroid. On the other hand, if they can't quite pull off Baby Skip, then it's like, okay, we can skip that cutscene. I think the big thing was if we had a fast Mother Brain is that, to some extent, Zep Skip is probably less of an issue.
Ah, okay. Alright, we are going to see, I mean, not that it can be anything at this point since we know where all the major items are, but what is actually on the pedestal? Please be the last reserve tank. Nope, power bombs.
I mean, it is still something of destruction. It's an item of green powder.
Alright, Farfaloo's super missile count is actually really low here, so he's going to have to improvise with regular missiles for a little. Oh, so it's a technical reason too, apparently. Alright, Nito had a pretty flawless cold stare there.
Okay, Farfaloo not going for a baby skip, it looks like.
Yeah, without high jump boots, it's considerably, it's not a popular move.
Wait, he has high jump.
Oh,
he's going for the... He's doing the traditional baby skip.
Sorry, I was looking at Pegasus boots on the tracker. One more jump should do it.
Oh, got it.
Nice. I thought Farfalu was just damaging down to prepare ahead of time, but I think that was just insurance, just in case it didn't go well.
That would make sense. I mean, I believe how Farfalu is of a level where he can easily do 3 tank Mother Brain.
Yeah, and has reserve tanks too, just in case. I'm pretty sure he actually has 3.
Speeds. Oh no! It looked for a moment there. It looks like Farfalu was going to do a speed zip kit, but apparently decided not to. Either didn't get the charge or he changed their mind. Weren't going. Decided not to. Oh, they're going for the springboard skip. If they could get this Rinka to cooperate. It looks like they got impatient. They have plenty of missiles, so they'll just do that. I think you need something like 40 missiles for Mother Brain 1.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, because because Farfalu was so low on super missiles, I wanted to be very conservative with those. Now Farfalu is going to have to burn into reserves here.
Yeah, he's below the cutoff.
I don't know if he saved at the ship. If he did save at the ship, then he should have more than enough at this point.
There's the chip beam.
Chat's saying he did not save at the ship. Okay, yeah, 112 energy. Is that that should be okay?
Yeah, he has Varia, so 300 is the cutoff.
Okay.
As long as he has 300, he's okay. Or it might be 301.
That's 300 on the nose. If anything, it's perfect. No nonsense in between. You know what the funny thing is about all this? Farfalu was the one who who launched the gen command in the race room.
So they created. So all the other runners can just blame Farfalu.
Pretty much.
And Farfalu can just blame themselves. Although I'm not sure how much he can really blame himself, because he ends up he is going to win this. Let's see. So check in the race time. Everyone's still running, although we do have one person that forfeited.
Yeah, we had a total of 6 participants today.
Yeah, they forfeited like an hour in.
Yeah, the Farfalu might sub 3 this, which for a normal 7-4 seed, fast Ganon or not, that's still not too bad.
For a troll seed, that's a pretty good time if you ask me.
Yeah, because that was a shack tool required, progression in a lot of dungeons.
And other than the Crocomire, it was a slow progression.
Yeah, that was one of the slowest openers I've ever seen. Like, our first major item was Flippers, which was in...
I think it was Castle Dungeons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hyrule Castle. Unfortunately, it looks like Nito did not go back for Ice Rod after doing Purple Chest, so is electing to go to Pod Eastern, and this is not going to work.
I mean, it does clear out those 2 dungeons, but it's not gonna. They'll still be left wondering where that ice rod is. All right.
And that is GG for Farfaloo. He finishes in first place on Restream, and that is good for first place overall with a time of 2:58 on the nose.
Yeah, that's right there on the that's right there on the So we did get a sub 3 hour.
And we will see if Farfaloo wishes to join us for an interview.
Oh, Vienna's going for a early turtle rock check, or is he just gonna open it up? Oh, probably.
All right, we are joined here in the booth by Farfaloo. GG to you and congratulations.
Hi, GG.
Congratulations again on your finish with a sub 3 hours, with a rather trollish seed there.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to have both Norfair and Rick Ship as pendant, and both have nothing, and Ganon's Tower. So I didn't know how to feel about this, because I think I did pretty well finding Samaria soon, but I just joined the Twitch Speed Gaming now, and yeah, I think probably most of other people also went for Rick Ship, so yeah, it was pretty tough.
Yeah, so your big advantage came from, I think you didn't dip Rev Ship at all, I don't think.
No, I was about to do after I checked Plasma Beam, because they're so far away. The idea was to check Shack Tool Plasma, and then reset at the ship, and finally go in Rick Ship, but to be honest, I was expecting to lose this one, because I waited way too long before going into Rick Ship, so that's why I made this bold play, and actually it paid.
Indeed. So, yeah, the big thing that's holding everybody else up is everybody else except Nito up is Fire Rod. Nito was actually first to Fire Rod and Kane, but he did not dip Swamp for Ice Rod.
Yeah, I see that. That's probably what would make his run harder, because Mate last locate Swamp.
Yeah, but he's been unfortunately avoiding Swamp like the plague, which has just not worked out in his favor. In fact, I'm pretty sure he jumped the whole way up GT. So we were very surprised as well that GT was barren, because it was a 2 crystal entry requirement, but we had access to that as early as Gravity Suit plus Speed Booster, which would give you Titan's Mitt so you can get over there. So we were very surprised, given how early in Logic that was, that it was just barren.
Yes, and to be honest, for almost 2 hours, I was sure actually the progression was a fine space jump in Swamp to get into Rick Ship. And the reason I avoided Rick Ship was because I was sure Varya would be there. So I was a bit shocked when I found it in Hera.
You
Yeah.
actually was out very for a while compared to the other runners. I think you were the only one that actually did some major hill running.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Alright.
be surprised they avoid Norfair since it's abandoned.
All right,
Yeah,
Tony is the next to find the fire rod.
Yeah, we were honestly thinking pedestal for a while because before we saw Titan's mitts, or I should say after we saw Gravity Suit, at that particular point in time, anything between Titan's mitts, fire rod, bow, cane, and relevant medallions were unknown to us. So that was a lot of potential pedestal candidates, but as things went on, that eventually got knocked out. But yeah, pretty much everybody got baited into GT. Or I should say literally everybody got baited into GT.
Yeah, well, it's understandable with that 2 crystal. That's just unfortunate, especially since we had as Ganon, so it doesn't change anything if everyone just will clear all Ganon's towers.
Yeah.
It might be worse actually.
It doesn't help that this was still your everyday 4-7.
Oh yes, and that, of course.
It's basically it was basically a 4-7, but Ganon Tower's a trap.
Could there be anything between 0 and 7, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know what the weights are, if it's evenly distributed or if there's a specific weight. I know, like for the Trinity setting we showed last night, that it's even weighting for goals, but even still, I'm very surprised we ended up with 4-7.
They're all uniform, so you don't have different weights for the crystals.
Okay, so yeah, it was just literally a 1 in 8 chance that, and we got 7. And a 1 in 5 for Super Metroid.
Yep.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yeah, I was expecting to go to bed a lot earlier, but we had some funny SMZ3.
Yeah, that being said, things are starting to kind of piece together for runners. That being said, Nito's unfortunately still full clearing the whole rest of the game, so unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting Ice Rod anytime soon. Vion, I would say Vion's not too far away, but he also hasn't done Lower Norfair either, so I will wager that's probably his next stop.
Okay, well, yeah, for VM.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with that Varia, I guess you kind of want to do that. Well, that or Shacktool. Yeah, the element density is better. That's why I went to Lower Norfair first, but without Varia, didn't want to waste too much time on Ridley.
Yeah, we were a little bit suspect of Swamp early as well, because first major items we got were in Mirror and Flippers. Like, Mirror was not too long after, so... and then Hammer came up, and we were just looking for Hookshot, and it's literally right next door to Swamp Palace on Stump.
Yeah,
so...
you probably figured that before me, because you had the 4 screens, but it was actually the forced logical... Or... Oh wait, no. Except Ice Rod, nothing was good in Swamp, because did you need that flute? I'm not sure.
You needed either the flute or gravity suit, so you had to go to Croc whether you liked it or not.
Yeah, oh, and I never found Book, so yeah, maybe you needed that space jump after all.
You're gonna love this. Book is in right side GT.
Oh, of course, I never went there. I was about to go and then realize, wait, that bomb jump and lighting this torch with lamp is not in logic in SMZ3, so that's why I just went back and found Varia and Hera. But yeah, Book was not the answer, so probably yeah, you had to find that space. All right. Well, thanks for comms, Captain, and Yuzu Riha. I think it was Jambo on tracking. I'm pretty sure we have 2 trackers since we have 4 runners. So I'm sorry, I don't know who is the other tracker, but thanks for the restream, all the crew, and I'll be leaving and go to bed soon. So thanks again, and GG.
GG once
Thanks
again.
for the run.
Congratulations.
And hope you have a good rest.
All right, thanks. Have a good evening.
All right, folks. Well, as we continue on, we're seeing Tony. Tony's done Skull Woods, and now he is going to go ahead and clear Turtle Rock out and finish up his seed, which should be another 10-ish minutes or so, because at least this is a go mode Turtle Rock in his perspective.
Beyond has the got resetting after the turn verification chest. He's probably feeling bad.
Today I've just learned that Turtle Rock's right arm is a tree pole.
Oh yeah, I saw that in last week. I was like, wait, his right arm is a tree pole. I did not know that.
I wonder if Tony was maybe looking for arrows, because he's only running 7 right now, which isn't that great. Alright, so Nito is back in Super Metroid. Unfortunately, back in Retro Brinstar. Unfortunately, we know this is not the place to be. The answer does lie in Hyrule for Nitorific here.
Vion is a little bit closer for Fire Rod, but unfortunately he's headed in the wrong direction for it.
Yeah, just a little bit past the front door to Meridia. And unfortunately, it looks like he's going to dip this Get Wrecked ship. He's going to get Butter Sword, though. Alright, so Tony's going to check the vanilla big... either going to check the chest here or just steal the key. Probably just steal the key. Yep, stealing the key. Shame. His boots are right here.
I suppose Beyond's probably partly motivated because they already have X-Ray microwave, so chance a quick fight.
That's fair.
But it's I think, but if they go and check the top of Rex ship, that's just a lot of wasted time there. Oh yeah. Don't. The first shot can't be a charged plasma. Okay, it looks like Vion forgot they have microwaves.
Or just isn't doing it.
That's also possible.
Okay, am I imagining things, or should that have definitely hit?
Feels like it should have hit. It feels like Vion's is going kind of just going doing Phantom in a lazy manner because they're not even doing a couple of missiles to do some more damage.
That's very true. Because yeah, full beam does 900 damage. A missile only does 100.
So I think if you do 4 missiles and then a charged fully charged plasma beam, it would be 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think that's right. That collection rate though, 226. Yeah, this was not a kind seed. Now that being said, that's Farfalu having skipped most of Lower Norfair and all of Rex ship.
Collection rate do you see for like a jet seed? Like what? 150? I'm guessing.
Somewhere in the lower 100s.
Okay, so probably like so like maybe 125-ish.
Because literally the whole game is I think 316.
Yeah, I think that's right.
To answer your question, chat, yes, Nito did gravity jump to Lower Norfair.
Well, Nino's decided to just like, you know what? Let's just get Mother Brain out of the way.
I actually kind of like this, because yeah, in a case like this, you're only missing Ice Rod and Ganon, and then that's it. So in a scenario like this where you really don't have any idea what the plan is, it's better to just get something out of the way, so get Mother Brain done, never have to return to Super Metroid again, and just finish up in Hyrule.
Yeah, I think I remember a few randomizer races I've been in where someone won just because they kept doing something instead of pausing. Where they kept one person ended up winning the race just because they were always doing something, even if it wasn't necessarily the best move. Where the other person kept hesitating and trying to figure out what they wanted to do next.
Indeed. Alright, so Tony is now done with Turtle Rock. He is now on his way to fight Ganon. And chat confirms it is 316, not 326. So I was off by 10. But yeah, this was still pretty much... We saw everything.
Looks like Nino's just gonna blow up all the Zepatites, like Farfalu did earlier. Not gonna bother with the Zip Skip.
And has also just burnt all of his super missiles. Then again, we were good on beams pretty early. We got charged wave spacer pretty early.
Not to mention, you have tons of missiles for Mother Brain 1.
That too, and Plasma was just chilling on behind Croc, and you had to go there anyway, so... You probably weren't finishing this seed without Plasma Beam.
So you're doing like a self-imposed challenge. Alright, so we have both last bosses on screen here.
You'll love to see it.
Oh, Nina. Oh, okay. Yep. Nina going for the stand-up glitch.
Yeah, when you have this much health and full beams, you absolutely try that.
So I would always go for a safety save if I was going to try it.
Say again?
If you do... I would always go for a safety save if I was trying for silent glitches, because if you're not careful, you'll soft lock the game.
Very true.
I think the main thing is either you position the baby Metroid in the wrong spot where Mother Brain can't kill it, or B, you're holding charge right when you get Hyper Beam and the game lacks 2 health.
Oh dear, yeah. Also, single G's for Tony, who had like a flawless Ganon fight, got a triple in there.
That's because you kept skipping E-tanks, Farflu.
There were actually a couple of E-tanks in Rex Ship. There was one, really late game dumb spot.
I just remember Farflu skipping a lot of the early E-tanks. Like, I think he no, he grabbed that one. It was a few other ones. I can't remember which ones, but I remember him skipping a few. He's like, he sees the E-tank and he's like, nope.
That's right, there was one on Ridley.
Oh, Beyond went to the reserve, Wreck Ship Reserve. Oh yeah, Speed Racer, so they're probably so you might as well.
Alright, get a single G in for Nito, who was just about to wrap up what needs to be done as far as the Torian escape is concerned.
Nito's now done with Metroid. Just need to work on that Zelda side. Just do swap already, Nito.
I think he might have heard you.
Yeah, I think he did.
I don't think there's anything else Nito can do at this point. That's probably why he finished up Super Metroid, is because he knew that if he knew that swamp was the answer, but it was so out of the way, and if this isn't it, he was probably thinking, if this isn't it, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Did he check Pedestal? You can probably do that.
Somebody
Oh wait,
did.
no, he can't. Oh wait, he got the book, so he can check the tablets.
I think it was Tony who checked the pedestal.
Yeah. I was getting, but Nito can probably check the tablets.
Well, Nito's not going to bother at this point, because Ice Rod's already in here, so he's just going to get it and then bust out.
I'm talking of the hypothetical if Ice Rod was somehow disappeared from the Swamp Palace.
Indeed. That's fair.
Oh, did Tony win for the Stachio skiff? I missed that. Somehow that's actually easier for me to... I can actually pull that off. It was a little bit easier for me to learn. Although my success rate is very shaky.
There was a significant pause there in front of the Ice Rod.
Oh, I saw that. Was he spamming the A button there or something?
No, just stood there looking at it.
Ooh.
That has gotta be painful.
Yeah, I think he suffered emotional damage.
That being said, Nito is about 5 minutes from wrapping up here. Just needs to zip through Torok, because he's already tossed the place, so he's already got all the keys. Just needs to run back to Laser Bridge and finish up pretty much.
Oh, we have our second finished runner, who's already in the chat, Bland Nation.
Indeed. He has finished with a time of 3:05:14, so not too far behind Farfaloo.
Yeah, okay, so he comments in the chat that he did Swamp early and basically ignored Upper Norfair and Wreck Ship just because they weren't in logic yet for him. So I guess he lucked out in that regard.
I would wager then he was also later or didn't pick up Various from Hera Basement, because that's pretty much what would keep those areas out of logic.
Yeah.
Varia led to pretty much everything, being like gravity and which led to grapple beam. So yeah, and Varia suit led to speed boosters. So yeah, all your options to get into wreck ship were like locked behind Croc.
Looks like Leon's going for the Ridley trap. Oh, Plan says it, and they did pick up Varia early and had the
okay.
lamp early too. Oh, he says he took forever to go to Meyer.
Pretty much everybody did not go. Everybody took a while to go to Meyer.
In Meyer, I mean, see, the main thing for Meyer was that it was Flute and Mitz. Flute was obviously Croc, and then Mitz was that was in the Pink Aqueducts in Meridia.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they were, unless someone took, I mean, at least logically speaking. Alright, Tony finishing off Mother Brain. We got Vion with Ridley.
So yeah, folks, if you are just joining us, we're wrapping up our Super Metroid Link to the Past combo randomizer race. It has been one heck of a seed.
Yeah, Rando definitely had its fun today. Alright, there's one dead space dragon for Vion. Does that mean they hit? Oh, okay, so Vion now can do the pedestal. We'll see if they just elect to go for a blind pull. Nita looks like they're ready to get this over with already. Alright, Tony Young is now finished. Let's see what that time of 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 58 seconds.
Mm-hmm. That is
Give
good for,
Tony your GG's, people.
that is good for third overall. And in the meantime, Nito has just finished up Total Rock, and it's now his turn to fight the Big Pig. He'll be finishing up in just a couple minutes.
It did kind of feel bad there for Dino, but at least it's not going. He's not too far behind here.
To answer question, chat, there were 6 racers total. 1 did issue a DNF. The remaining racers are actually what you see here.
For how many were in tonight's race? I believe there were 6 people. So far, we had 3 people finish, and then 1 person that forfeited. So Nito and Vion are our last 2 runners for tonight.
Unfortunately, Vion's in the right game, but not next to go mode yet. Vion is looking for Fire Rod. Unfortunately, that means he's going to have to go through Skullwoods and TR2 as the last dungeons, just like everybody else.
Yeah, Vion needs to go to Shack Tool for that Fire Rod. And then still needs to, and then he can go to Skullwoods and finish off Turtle Rock. And looks like we're joined by Tony. Welcome, GG.
Oh, GG's.
What a seed, right?
Yeah, that was a seed. I put off Shack Tool for a while because I figured Needle would probably get to that soon. So if it was at Shack Tool, he'd probably be done. So that's why last location Shack Tool.
Well, actually, Nito was very early to Shack Tool and Kane. but his major hiccup is he never dipped Swamp.
Ooh.
So he missed out on Ice Rod. Unfortunately, because it was Ice Rod he was missing, he ended up pretty much full clearing the whole rest of the game looking for it.
Yeah, that's the worst thing than Fire Rod.
I would say, I would dare say Nito. Unfortunately, last location, Ice Rod after he did everything after. So he actually did all of Turtle Ganon's Tower, all of Turtle's Rock, all of Super Metroid.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I had left, because I had right side GT. I climbed GT and found nothing there, so we were in similar boat, but I did end up skipping. I feel like I probably ended up skipping more than Nito ended up doing.
Were you able to access right side? I think you skipped right side
No.
since you didn't have Fire Rod.
Right, like you could do it with Lamp, but I'm Fire Rod Go mode, so there's no reason to do it.
All right, that's going to do it for Nito. That's the last boss on his end. He's now going to be the next one to cross the 1x3 bridge, and that is going to result in a GG. But yeah, the early GT really surprised us, considering it was barren, because we thought 2 crystals for sure would lead to there being something in there, being so early in play.
Yeah,
The winner is you.
That's what I thought too. I knew the myths were behind Varia since Gravity was behind Varia. But I figured it was either in Skull Woods or Hera, and I ended up going back to Hera because I used the bathroom. So took a little break there to pick up my Varia.
Right. We are joined in the booth by Nitorific. GG to you.
Yeah, GG.
GG's Nito.
GG.
So, Nino, we do have to say, you were actually the first to Fire Rod and Kane.
I had a feeling I was, but unfortunately I failed to use my advanced power of divination to guess where Ice Rod was.
Yeah, Pendant Swamp ended up being the play, which we were kind of surprised that it wasn't one of the first places that were dipped in Dark World, considering that it was accessible pretty early after Stumpy Hookshot.
Yeah, but usually an easily accessible pendant dungeon is often worthless because there's nothing there, so just go in if you want. There's nothing there, you're wasting your time, But not all the time, That's rando.
Indeed. Although we were very intrigued today in general by the fact that there were 2 pendants in Super Metroid. It was apparently it's a very rare occurrence.
Just one pendant is a very rare occurrence.
That's fair. But
I mean, no, I'm agreeing with you. That's super rare.
I mean,
Yeah,
isn't it usually like 1 or 2 crystals?
Yeah, but never pendants. Except 1, and now this time 2.
We were very surprised that GT was barren despite only having 2 crystals entry requirement, because the ability to clear those 2 crystals and then get Titan's Mitts for GT came as early as pretty much Varia Suit to Gravity then Speed Booster.
So that was like, what, an hour and a half in?
A little earlier than that, even.
And it only took that long just because this was a very slow progression seed up until Croc.
The opener was definitely one of the slowest out there, because your first progression was Flippers, but it was in Hyrule Castle Dungeon. And even then, that led to Glove, which led to Screw Attack, and that was your first Super Metroid progression.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what... I mean, Fire Rod on Shag Tool was everybody else's main headache, pretty much. Everybody went to GT. Everybody pretty much checked the whole left side.
I checked everything. Even the big chest. The hookshot chest. It was nothing. Kind of like a pendant dungeons. Oh, sure, you can get there early, but there's nothing there. But waste your time if you want. That's what the seed was telling me.
Okay, so chat, I found the chances of 2 pendants on SM bosses apparently 3% chance.
What kind of
Really?
randomizer is that? How?
So those are incredible odds.
Is it weighted?
It looks
Apparently.
like it.
Rated.
Yeah, it's like a 2 and 3 chance of being 0 pendants, 30% chance of just 1 pendant, and 3% chance of 2 pendants, and 3 pendants. I'm gonna actually do the math on this in my head, like a 0.06% chance.
It says 6 in every 10,000.
Yeah, so 0.06% chance. That's ridiculous. Like the numbers.
Yeah. How about you take that weight, invert it, and apply it to wrecked ship?
That about sums it up. Yeah, Wreck Ship was
Like-
unfortunate. That's actually what gave Farfalu a little bit of an edge, is that he never dipped it.
Yeah, I thought maybe if Tempered is trolly, maybe it's not a total waste of time, but hey, Temper was right in the way of Gravity Suit, so
Like the only
Yep.
thing of value in all Wreck Ship was the sword upgrade, but all the other
Wasn't-
sword upgrades was along the way.
yeah. I mean, let's sort of petition. Wreck Ship should have at least one progression item guaranteed. I'm sick and tired of having nothing 99% of the time.
That's very true. Wreck Ship has been a pretty devoid of life. Vion, on the other hand, did just get Fire Rod, and that is now his go mode. And now he's just wrapping up. It's gonna be the same as Tony as you, Swamp and Total Rock. Not Swamp, Skullwoods and Total Rock, and then Mother Brain.
Skullwood was a boss?
Yeah, Skullwoods was SM boss. TR was
Oh.
Crystal.
Okay. That explains it.
Yeah, Vion hasn't, with Fire Rod being late. Yeah, Skullwoods and Total Rock were pretty late pickups this time around. Shoutouts by the way to Book and Right Side GT, and
Yeah.
and Pegasus Boots on Vanilla Big Key Chest and TR.
And the key in the GT big chest. Like this-
Yeah, the small
Put a key there. Put a key there, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's not a whole lot else about the seed. I mean, admittedly, yeah, no, I already said my piece about Swamp. So yeah, I don't think I've got anything else to say at this point. We're just pretty much waiting for Dion to wrap up, and we'll close out.
Only thing I didn't find is Space Jump and the third shield.
Space Jump. Was
We
in
saw
the-
those.
Space Jump was in the Waterfall chest and Swamp.
Oh, well, there you go. So basically, I was baited by Varia away from Swamp. I got the hook shot. And I went, yeah, I'm from Stumpy, but I got the Varia suit and entry to Norfair via ice. It's a normal logic. So then found Speed Booster and then found Gravity. Like no reason whatsoever to ever even think about Swamp.
Is ice in logic for the very entry?
Yeah.
For normal? I'm not sure it is. I think it's hard mode only.
The spring ball jump is hard mode only, but I'm pretty sure the ice beam free. All you gotta do is freeze Sova and wall jump off it. It's trivial.
I'll leave that to the experts. I'm not really a logic specialist on SM, so
I'll double check it right now.
If it's not in normal logic, it should be. Because
You mean ice? Is ice logic for Bubble Mountain?
What do you say?
It's for
so.
pre-cathedral is what we're looking
of
for.
Bubble Mountain, I guess you're expected to do the long way to get to Bubble Mountain.
The pre-cathedral. I don't think an ice beam would work there.
chat's confirming that it's not. It's not an option,
No.
and that it had to be Space Jump.
What
Yeah,
the
I think
hell?
it needs to be a can fly or high jump.
What is this baby logic? Come on. Freeze a guy and wall or jump on it or wall jump off it.
It's
I mean,
probably
it's
because
in logic for climbing Red Tower, right? Like,
yeah, but you
Red
don't
Tower,
have to
yeah.
wait for a guy to You don't have to wait for a Nova. For Red Tower, the guy's right already there. Whereas for Pre-Cathedral, you have to wait for a Nova or whatever to walk all the way over.
The sofa's on the global timer. You just have to wait.
Well, I guess apparently normal mode means not having to wait for monsters to be in the right position.
Ah. Okay. So let's just call
Not
it
wait
baby
mode.
mode and give space jump as the first item every time. Yeah, that's the problem when you don't add some very simple tricks through normal logic. Like you're guaranteed to have a can fly basically immediately.
So maybe your next run now will require infinite bomb jumps, I guess.
That's in logic, and it shouldn't be. Not because it's hard, because it's stupid and it's boring. Raise your hand if you like IBJs.
It depends on where it is. If it's like a two criteria power bombs, I'm not gonna like it. If it's something that's less bad, like worst room in the game, I don't think that's too bad.
Well, you have to clear it first.
Although
Otherwise
if it was
it's
like Croc Escape Infinite Bomb Jump, that's much more annoying because then you actually have to start your Infinite Bomb Jump off to the side.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. In Metroid Dread, cross-bomb jumping is actually really, really easy. Just basically got to mash the cross-bomb button.
I mean, I remember finding, yeah, it feels like every Metroid game has a different bomb jumping timing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I remember, I think it was Zero Mission, I found bomb jumping trivial. Like, I could do horizontal bomb jumping utterly trivially, where it's like super difficult in Super Metroid. And then in Metroid Dread, I actually find doing the two bomb laddered bomb jump way easier than doing the single bomb jump that most runners will do in Super Metroid. So it's kind of interesting how each Metroid game has a slightly different timing, which makes different bomb jumps easier or harder. Although I don't feel like... I can't say for the Metroid 1 or 2 for that matter, but I do feel like Super Metroid does have some of the more difficult bomb jumps.
In some areas you have to account for the lag too. And SM eats your input on the lag frame, so yay.
Alright, looks like Vion hasn't done any of Total Rock yet, so he's going to be going through the whole place looking for the keys.
Maybe you'll actually find the roots.
He's probably going to skip him. He's in go mode.
Yeah,
True.
they were skipped last time.
Yeah, I think it looks like, according to Trigger, it looks like only Nito got him.
Ask me where stuff was. Not in GT. That's for sure. Or wrecked ship. My bottle wasn't wrecked ship.
I mean, you got 249 items. That's a very large margin.
Out of 316, yeah.
That's definitely a large portion
What's
than most other
70%?
runners.
68, something like that. I'm bad at math.
Now I would
really
just
doesn't-
wonder how much of a torture would it be if it was a 100% SMZ3 race.
I think it depends on how fast you get everything, because if the game gives you, like, space jump and screw attack right away, at least you're not having any movement issues in SM.
There is that, yeah.
But if you end up getting spoon-fed progression like today, it'll be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's right. Burn Loop only had mirror and ammo, but jeez.
Yeah. By the time we were able to go to... I think by the time you were in Wreck Ship Nito? I think you had almost 40 super missiles.
Oh yeah, and charge beam. So
Yeah, there was super missiles. The game was very generous with super missiles early on, but like, I'm sure all of you were like, "No more super missiles. Give me some progression."
yeah, when you have Mother Brain ammo like 40 minutes in, I'm exaggerating, but not that much. Yeah, it was like 60-40 going into wrecked ship. Basically, it was. I had a decent Fentoon fight for once.
I mean, you guys had so much ammo that like I think everyone didn't bother with the zip skip.
I wanted to get a speed zap skip, didn't, so I just blew through the zaps because I was kind of tilted.
I think I think I saw. At least I think I might have saw your attempt at, because I do remember someone trying for a speed zip skip but didn't quite get it.
I thought I had it because she was on the right frame of animation through the door, but sometimes you only get 2 taps and it does the same. Like a 2 taps, sometimes it looks like a 3 tap in through the door. So I wasn't sure, but it was probably a 2 tap.
Alright, well, it looks like Vion already has enough keys to proceed here, so is just going to waltz on right through and go to Trinex.
I did get the best mock ball in the game.
Forgive me, which mock ball is that?
Come on, you know it. Grapple beam. The
Oh.
week before.
Is that where you? I think if I remember, I think I might have saw that. That's where you were running. You run and jumped off from the grapple platform, and then did a mock ball onto the ramp.
Onto the ramp, yeah, and into the morph tunnel.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. That was a very smooth mock ball.
And then I turned around and did a 3 tap first try to get to the Indiana Jones. So that's like the 3 things I did right in this seed.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It was a very it was a very good short charge because you were like barely running at all when you finally got your when you got your charge.
Yeah.
It's like you were going at normal pace when you finally got your charge. I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a good short charge.
It's the
Which
best
is kind
place.
of interesting when everyone struggled with the main street short charge.
It took me like 3 or 4 tries, I forgot. But the 3 tap is the best practice in that room. The grapple beam room. Because it's tough, but not super tough. Like it's a good place. It's in a good spot to practice your 3 tap. And it's also required in hard logic. More ball can be up there.
Only 3 tap I've done was it was for fast pillars. To a lesser extent, plasma beam room, because all those vines in the bottom of the plasma beam room make for very useful landmarks on when to make my taps.
And that's tighter than the one in grapple beam room. So.
Well, from I was the bottom of plasma beam room. I mean, it only needs a 2 tap.
With the pirate there.
You just use your if the pirate's there, you just let yourself get hit and then use the invincibility frames.
That works.
As I recall, you'll start on the left side, right next to the pirate. Let the pirate hit you, or ran into the pirate, and then while you have the invincibility frames, you can do a stutterless. You don't need to stutter; just do a 2 tap, and then you have a short charge. It might be somewhat tight, but 2 tap is possible.
It's pretty tight.
But I find it pretty easy, mostly because there's very convenient. I can find there's 2 vines that, at least for me, are like the perfect cue for me to do my 2 taps.
Yes, same thing for the speed zap skip and the 3 tap in the room before grapple beam. You have some doodads in the background that you can use. Or like when you do spore skip, same thing. There's like a bunch of spots that were just find one with a nice queue for you, and do it from there.
Yeah.
Like it's like when people tell me they struggle with IBJs, it's like turn it from a timing queue into a visual queue, and you do that by doing a jumping IBJ.
Yeah.
Because then you can use a background to know at what height you need to lay the first bomb. And once you figure that out, then the rest is pretty trivial. You just lay the next bomb as you're starting to fall, well, before you hit the previous bomb, that is. So a lot of stuff you can learn by doing exactly that. Like, if it's timing, timing is your problem, find a way to turn it into a visual thing.
Yeah, that's I end up doing. So a lot of the things I've been able to learn by turning it into a visual thing, like you say. The only things I have yet to actually manage to do that with is like the continuous bomb jump. I mean, not continuous wall jump. Because that's like that's so because doing that initial jump into the over the mode is there's not much room for a visual cue.
Yeah, that's why I can't do it. The horizontal bomb jump. I don't see how you can turn that into a visual cue, so it's pure timing.
Yeah, you have to be really good at bomb jumps to do that horizontal bomb jump across the moat. Alright, so Beyond just has Mother Brain now. Do you think you still get it's a gamer chair? That's what Sprite. That's Beyond Sprite. Probably a gamer chair Metroid. I still like how the chair also has Samus's colors.
Yeah, like it has the two green sort of chest lights too. I think that's the chest lights and not her visor.
I think it's both.
It might be the visor, yeah.
I think both the visor and the chest light has the same color.
Yeah, because honestly, at first glance, I kind of thought it looked like a Spider-Man gaming chair.
I mean, in Morphball, it just the legs just crawl along in the ground. So
Yeah, the way the eyes are sort of angled down, I got Spider-Man at first.
yeah, I can see it since it's all and especially it has that right shade of red.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for coming and tracking. See you later.
Good night, Nita.
Thanks for the run. You have a good one. Beyond's turning off both suits. Oh, they're damaging themselves down for the family reunion. They're like, yep. With that many E-tanks, that it makes sense.
Careful, don't overdo it.
I mean, he does have reserve, so they should be okay. Although I would not bother turning them on the screen. Because you might as well wait till you're going to the energy refill, and then turn it, and then pause the screen as you hit the refill. Oh, that's funny.
The chair's
chair's all flopped over.
That's a good one.
I kind of wish that you can do that on command. Just like, oh, I hate it. Like, so whenever they finally find that fire rod or the ice rod, you just hit that emote, hit that flopped over to express your sentiment about that last location progression item. Alright, so Peon does have plenty of energy for a stand-up glitch, and tons of ammo. 75 supers total, max, but they only have 38 now, so that's still plenty to go just blast on through here which they're doing.
Yeah, at this point, Vion's just going to brute force it because it's about time to wrap things up here.
Yeah, I'm sure Vion's just like, I just want this over. Yeah, they're even just like, yeah, I'll just sit in the acid, stand in the acid, and shoot Mother Brain down. Now I'm wondering if they're just going to face tank Mother Brain too.
I wouldn't be too surprised.
I mean, you still probably want to dodge like something like a ketchup, but they're barely dodging. Although it was a fully charged plasma, a full charge plasma. Oh, they're not doing stand-up glitch. He's not going to risk it. Although, did he damage himself down in time?
Yep, looks like it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Mother Bridge is getting angry at this chair that's just been knocked over.
So instead of flipping the desk, it's flip the chair.
Yeah. Now we need a desk emote. Or
Yes.
a desk sprite.
Yes, we need a desk sprite. Oh, jeez. So I just want to... Now, someone should just, like, make a meme image of just, like... Mother Brain flipping the chair and then flipping the desk.
I can imagine it.
It'll just have to be this, the Gamer Samus chair. Oh, jeez. Now I have this kind of, what I think would be a cute image of just like Samus as this gamer chair image, and then you have the baby Metroid and the baby as the small baby form just sitting in Samus chair.
I can imagine that. Alright, but yeah, this will be an absolute cakewalk for Vion, having no issues here with Mother Brain.
Yeah, the only hope Mother Brain has is if something technical happens.
Ooh. Mother Brain's being a bit of a bully here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if she gets a chance, Mother Brain 3 will not let up. But we should still get a 3-hour or sub 4 hour, depending on how you want to call it, run, at least for Vion.
I just noticed the Shine Sparky. The Shine Sparky.
I like how it
right?
raises the arm.
Yeah. Super chair.
Is that what the chat's referring to about the chair turning into a Seeker's Lab chair?
Probably the rainbow coloring.
Oh, okay.
Like it gets all the RGBs and everything. That's my guess. I'm not familiar
Okay,
with the brand.
that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah. RGB chair. That's the true gamer chair. That's when you have an RGB chair. So I guess Samus was RGB before it was cool.
Indeed. And that will do it, folks. Vion finishes with a official race time GG time of 3:57.54, and that will do it for our race tonight.
Hopefully, the next few races over the next few days are less trolly.
Well, we'll see. Tomorrow's race is Saturday at noon and Eastern Time, and that will be hard 774, also fast Ganon. Sunday will be normal 553 fast Ganon. So we got a lot of fast Ganon on tap for you this weekend. I don't know. I kind of like fast Ganon from a observer perspective. Less unnecessary climbing.
I mean, I agree because as I said, I think I said it before, but while I like the basement of Ganon's tower just because it's so dense, going up the tower is just a slog. I mean, it's nice to see some good movement, but it's just too many rooms.
All right, Vion joins us in the booth. GG to you.
GG.
Yeah, GG.
So, Fire Rod on Shack Tool.
Yeah.
In fairness, that was everybody's go mode besides Nito's. Nito was looking for Ice Rod because he never did Swamp.
Okay. Yeah, I should have checked Shack before I did either of the pendants, but I just forgot about it, honestly.
Yeah, this was.
If it makes you feel better, you were not the only one to do a blind pedestal.
I was kind of hoping that maybe, just maybe, that early Meyer dip I did that led to the French vanilla Samaria was like a lucky break.
Yeah, I want to say Nito found both that and Fire Rod first, but then unfortunately just, again, missed out on Swamp early because what he ended up doing was following the Various suit because he went to Hera Basement as well on first pass.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of looked like for a while that Nito went from kind of trailing behind because he was being more thorough to suddenly jumping ahead until then we realized, wait, he doesn't have Ice Rod.
Oof.
And unfortunately, I think he last locationed that.
Pretty much. He ended up finishing Super Metroid before getting it.
Yeah, that Fire Rod was definitely ultra last location for me.
Yeah, this was a seed that didn't give you a whole lot to work with at first too, because your first progression for Super Metroid was Screw Attack, and that was already behind Flippers and Glove.
Yeah, you got a whopping 274 items checks.
Yep. That's not unusual though for me. There's a reason I'm usually in the last slot.
I mean, you still did a sub 4, so that's pretty good if you ask me.
What as mean as this seed was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously it was very
stingy up until Croc. And that was the only time it started being generous. I think after Croc, it went right back to being very stingy. The only other time I can think of that it started being generous was Swamp Palace. If you went past the Ice Frog, because then you can also find the Space Jump.
Yeah, I was definitely pretty hyped for Croc, although that's an always thing. I literally have a chat emote just for Croc.
Is it the bet on Croc mode?
Yep.
I think that's a popular one. Also, we're both really amused by your Samus sprite.
Yeah, that is my favorite by a long shot. I won't use it in hard logic because it makes some pixel perfect things kind of difficult, but otherwise, I think it's the best sprite of the lot.
I mean, we just kind of stopped getting amused by it, and the comment, and then every once in a while, we just had to comment on it. It was really, I think it was, the fact that it looks like Samus. It's a very Samus themed chair. Is also very nice.
My chat's named it Samus Charin.
All right, that's a good one.
And plus, what I also really like is the kneeling stance for the chair. It's just flipped over chair.
Yes.
Now what we need is a desk sprite, so that way Mother Brain can just flip it.
Yeah, I want like a meme shot of just like Mother Brain just having a flip desk of Samus.
Alright, well at this point I think, folks, it is getting real late over here, so I think we are going to call it here.
Yeah, I'm going to get ready for dinner, so and take a break, so I am quite ready to wrap this up.
Okie dokie. Thanks to both of you for the restream.
Yeah, and thank you. And I would thank you for giving us that great run.
Awesome. Have a good night.
Have a good night. And once again, folks, we want to give a shout out to Kidgerface and Frambo James for their amazing work on tracking tonight, pushing all the buttons, making sure everybody knows who has what. And again, follow our runners, Nidorific, Farfalu, Vion, and Tony Tai Young. Again, great runners, did a great job tonight. And again, User Riha, thank you again for joining me in the booth this evening.
And thank you, Captain MD.
With that said, folks, thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you next mission. Take care.
See you next mission, everyone.